a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy. Good start there.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, I am impressed. I feel like that's a good omen for today.
Thank you. Okay, now you just ruined it.
We're tanking.
You ruined it because you
done.
said good omen. If you would have just let it be, we would have been fine.
All right, sorry.
40
Just giving
degrees.
you guys credit.
40 degrees, chilly start this morning.
This sucks. This weather is unacceptable.
It does suck.
Unacceptable.
No, I mean, Albany needs to do something.
About the weather.
Right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I have been reading on Facebook about the government's ability to control the weather. So, 56-degree high, but it is going to be sunny all day today.
Oh, great.
So we got that going for us. Look, man, it's okay. This weekend.
It's
okay.
freaking June, man. It's
Freaking. No, it's not. It's May 20th.
That's June.
It is not June.
That's June-ish.
You know it's not June?
It's June-ish.
May. June-ish. Shut up, bro. Again.
I shouldn't be dressed like this.
Yeah, I agree with that. Every year, we have the same conversations every time.
This is the worst.
Every day. It's not the way. It's going to be 55 degrees.
Where's this global warming, man?
It's first of all, it's climate change. Second of all,
Whatever it is, we need to burn some styrofoam or something.
this is the perfect type of weather for this type of year. This is spring. Welcome to spring.
Man.
We had that tease of a summer day last week.
Yeah,
You know, I want
a
it back.
day.
Oh, you mean fake spring, which we get every year?
That was fake summer.
Okay.
We're beyond fake spring.
You're going to fall for this now, too? You're normally on my side with the whole this always
I'm
happens.
tired of being cold.
Yes.
It's
I like walking outside, not needing a jacket or a sweater.
okay. Well, it's coming
Tommy's
soon.
still in shacket season.
Yeah. I want to be bare-legged by now.
Nobody
All right,
else
never
wants
mind. I
that.
lied. I take it back.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I got my varicose vein isn't as purplish as it used to
Wow.
be.
Thanks.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty purple.
No, there goes
It's like I was hiding an eggplant in my thighs.
Not the first time.
Oh, yeah.
What?
No, it's the size of an eggplant.
No, I meant like somebody else's eggplant.
Oh.
And you were like, oh, yeah.
No.
Hi.
Not BF by an eggplant.
So let's talk about
What?
animals.
Animals?
Well, look, as you said, we're in June now, even though it's May 20th.
Oh, yeah, they're out there.
And it is your annual reminder
What's that?
with the month of May and June that turtles everywhere are on the move.
Okay.
And we found
Turtle
out
season.
We found out a couple years ago, yes, that turtle season is very important in New York State because not only do we have a lot of turtles, those turtles need to be protected.
Yes.
Losing one or two female turtles in a certain area can devastate the turtle population.
Okay.
And God knows we don't want to devastate the New York turtle
All
population.
right, so take care of Mama Turtle.
Well, the annual reminders are
Yeah.
when driving around ponds, wetlands, other turtle hot crossing spots, you need to be vigilant.
Yeah.
Right? There are
Slow
turtle
down.
there are turtle crossing signs, so you can pay attention. But
You'll be there for an hour.
the weirdest thing
Yeah.
that we bring up every year is the state of New York says if there is a turtle in the middle of the road, that you can get out of your car and move the turtle yourself.
Okay.
I will read you a quote. Do not pick up turtles by their tails. Most turtles, other than snappy turtles, can be picked up safely by the sides of their shell. Use a secure grip, as turtles may kick their hands to loosen your hold. Dropping a turtle can damage the shell and developing embryos in females, and move the turtle off the road into the direction it's going. If you put it back where it was, it will try to cross the road again.
So pick it up like a souffle and gingerly walk it across the street.
That's what they're saying.
Right.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that with snapping turtles.
Snapping
Right, those
turtles,
things got
I would not
range.
mess with.
But I don't know if it's a snapping turtle.
You will.
Until it's too late.
It's the tail.
Well, okay.
The tail is huge, and it looks like a gator tail.
All right.
Really?
Yeah, and
Like
it's
that's how you
spiny.
tell the difference?
Yeah, it's got a spiny, longer tail.
Okay, listen, everybody.
But I don't know,
He
like,
might
what's-
He might be right, but don't take him at his
But I
word.
don't
For
know
God's
what's
sakes.
a longer tail. Like I don't know what an average turtle tail looks
It
like.
looks,
I've never
dangerous.
seen a turtle with that long of a
They
It
tail.
have
looks
a-
dangerous. He
and
said.
they also have bigger claws. Like they almost look like they have gator feet.
But I wouldn't know unless I saw two turtles next to it. Like I wouldn't know unless I had something to compare it
Listen,
to.
I wouldn't touch any goddamn turtle. Let the turtle be.
No, but it is weird how the state's like, you can move these turtles, but not these turtles. Kimmy's right. How many people have, like,
Yeah.
turtle
Whoops.
knowledge enough to
And by
know
the
which
way,
one's which?
who-
Just to give you a heads up.
Yeah.
It says that the snappy turtles, you shouldn't touch them because they can quickly turn their head
And bite you.
and easily bite through a human finger.
Yeah. They're vicious, man. And here's the other thing. Is it good to encourage people to get out of your car on a road, bend over, not looking at traffic, and picking up a turtle and walking it across the street? How stupid is this?
They do say do it safely.
No, gingerly, safely, make sure you don't pick up the wrong turtle. How about just leave the turtle alone?
Okay, well, you don't want to see the turtle die.
I don't either, but I also don't want to die.
Okay. But you kind of look like a turtle.
I have more to offer to this world than a turtle.
Ah!
Maybe.
No, like in all seriousness. What more do you have to offer?
I got a lot going on.
No,
Pat.
that like the average turtle actually helps keep the ecosystem in balance. You can make a solid argument. The turtle has more to offer than you do.
Who's going to hold Albany accountable for this weather we're having? Me, not the turtle.
Okay, I take it back. So here's what's weird.
What?
Every year as we talk about the turtle facts that we do because it's so bizarre to us, turtles have to be the only animals in our area that we are encouraged to touch in a situation.
That's true.
Because there is another story today out of Greece.
What are they saying?
There have been reports of baby deer fawns being found left alone. And here's the thing. It is very common this time of year. The babies are new. The mothers will leave the baby fawns alone during the day to keep predators away from them.
Yeah, they find like a safe area, they think, and then they just let the kids sit there.
And the kids just sit there and they don't move. And police,
it's pretty weird when you see one in your yard.
But police are begging people, do not touch the fawns because people are afraid like the fawn has been like abandoned and they're going to take it in and like bring it to a veterinarian and they're saying, don't, let them be. Mm-hmm. So like in this case, do not touch that animal. Yeah. Every other case.
Let it sit.
Yes.
Can you guys think of another animal in our area that like certified authorities recommend you step in and help?
I'm trying to think of what that would be.
Isn't there like and I'm probably not describing this the right way, but isn't there like a time or day of year where like a bunch of frogs like migrate or something and there are like people that go and help the frogs get to where they're going?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm not kidding. Like it's somewhere near the Finger Lakes area. There's like a frog migration.
Did you have a dream about that?
No,
you gotta hurt them.
There's a story about it. And like there's a bunch of like kids that'll go and like help like
push them along.
Because apparently they have to cross a road to get to where they're going.
How high were you?
I'm gonna look it up. It exists.
How have we never heard about this before?
Never heard of herding frogs.
Where did you get frog herding?
Frog herding?
Stampede. 252. Well, Kimmy's looking up her frog herd weed dream that she had the other night. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, way to go, Kimmy. You ruined it. You go. Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
So, Duffy, this happened the other day in front of Marketplace, right in front of the weed store.
Wait, a turtle?
No, a family of geese, little baby geese. They were like little yellow things, and they were crossing the road, and each lane car stopped, so you couldn't move anywhere. And it was a typical Rochester situation, because as soon as the car started forming, you had a guy show up with a sign that said Vietnam vet out of work and a guy with a hot dog cart. Typical Rochester situation, Duff.
You could probably eat one of those geese. I mean,
yeah.
Got the geese across the street. The one goose snapped back at the guy that was helping him, dropped the 5 in the vet's pan, and off he went.
Joe, it's too early for your stupid jokes, buddy, but I do love you. I do love you.
I love you guys too, Duff.
Bye, Joe. There's a long way to...
Yeah, it's a long-ass joke.
I almost got attacked by a goose yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, so I had to stop and get gas in Henrietta, and I was the only person outside. And as I was walking like towards the door of the gas station and get a bottle of water, the goose, like a goose comes out of nowhere, it's like, and it's just looking at me.
Oh, like it landed?
Yeah, but it was like where you are to me.
Yeah.
And but I had to go past him to get to the door. You know, it was like when you were a teenager and like the bigger, older kids were like just right ahead of where the school was. So like I'm gingerly walking, and as I like reached for the door, it started like like moving fast towards me. Like, and I waited at the gas station until the goose was distracted and ran to my car.
Yeah, because they'll hiss at you.
They'll do more than that. They'll attack you.
Yeah.
Straight up.
If their kids are around, yeah.
And that's just it. It's also baby.
Or Joe standing there working on his jokes.
But it's baby goose season too.
Yeah.
Like
all the babies.
All the babies are hanging out.
All right, Kimmy, what do we have? We're having turtle talk, but that bled into fawn talk, which is bled into goose talk, and then Kimmy is talking about a fever dream she had about herding.
No, it's called the amphibian migrations. They usually happen in like March, I guess. And yeah, there are people volunteer to like help frogs and salamanders cross busy roads to get to their breeding grounds.
Where does this happen?
So this one I'm looking at is in the Hudson Valley.
All right. I think we're good.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I saw a story about people doing it here last year.
I still think you're making it up.
Oh, no.
Why would you volunteer to go help frogs cross the street?
I ain't touching a salamander.
Apparently, frogs are disappearing at an alarming rate.
They say that about everything, but then we never run out of anything.
Okay,
remember all the bees were dying?
No, that's actually still a problem.
Really? Because I just went to the store. They got a full shelf of honey. Where are all them bees?
Wait. They got a full shelf of honey. Where are all them bees?
Them bees is making honey.
Them bees is making. Why don't you want to mess with a salamander?
It's gross, man. I ain't touching no half snake.
Oh, but I thought they can't hurt you, right?
They're just gross.
Can
It's like a slimy lizard.
Can salamanders hurt you, Kimmy?
Some can.
I don't know.
You're
I
not
thought
Kimmy.
they were just
Some are
like
You're
poisonous.
not a Kimmy. We don't have poisonous salamanders in New York.
I don't think we have them here. I know they have them in Florida.
Okay. Do we have any poisonous stuff in New York?
We got rattlesnakes. We know that.
Yeah, but you never hear of anyone being bit by a rattlesnake in New York.
No.
Not that you should mess with them.
No.
no, salamanders are generally harmless to humans in New York.
Ah.
They're not poisonous.
The New York ones. They're cool.
Do you know what's weird? Like the way your childhood went versus Kimmy and I is with the whole salamander idea. Because if you grew up in New York, whether it's turtles or frogs or salamanders,
Any
or
creek animal.
yeah, like we have no problem handling them, Kimmy, because we spent a lot of times at creeks when we were little.
Yeah.
It still kind of grossed me out as a kid, though.
Really?
I like watching other kids do it. Like, you pick up the crawfish.
You didn't go for the crayfish?
No.
Is it crayfish or crawfish?
I don't know.
Depends where you live.
Because
It's like roof or roof.
I always thought like crayfish was something we said in Rochester
Like,
because of
if
our
you-
accent.
If you say crick,
yeah.
then you can go with that.
So crick goes crayfish.
Yeah.
Creek goes crawfish.
Crawfish, yeah.
Wait, no, I thought it was the opposite.
If you speak more proper.
No, but you didn't.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So, did you not play with icky things when you were a kid?
I lived in Florida, man. You didn't touch nothing.
Okay.
Like, you did, if you saw something move, don't mess with it. It's the tropics, man. Everything down there is pissed off
No, because
and full of venom.
it's funny. My
And
wife.
that was just a Baptist.
I'm noticing this in my wife, and I
Yeah.
don't think it's a female thing. Like, my wife likes to garden.
Yeah.
And it's a pain in my existence. But, like, if there's a frog in the garden, she will scream and be like, if she needs the frog moved, like, she makes me come out and get the frog.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have no problem touching a frog, right, Kimmy?
I'm probably not going to unless I absolutely have to.
It is like-
I'll probably shoo it along with something.
If you pick up a frog, it's like holding a wet ball
yeah,
sack.
it's kind of like an icky thought.
Yeah. It's like knobbing your husband after he jogged.
I don't.
Nope, I don't know what you're doing to that frog.
But it's got to be, it's just a moist ball sack.
It's like having your husband after he jogged. Too
Hey,
much.
honey, way to do that 5K. Oh.
I hope Joe's taking notes. 252 WCMF. Good luck following that, Chris. You're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey,
Hey.
it's the first time calling in.
Oh,
but,
we've been asking. Hey, where's Chris? When's he going to call?
Oh, is this Chris?
Yeah, it's Chris. Remember we were asking,
Yes.
when's Chris going to call?
So, SLCC Mueller Field Station, the environmental conservation degree, they help out with the salamander crossing down there in
Oh,
Canandaigua
okay.
area.
I knew I saw something.
Okay,
And
so
I knew it was somewhere in the Finger Lakes.
so wait, are there a lot of salamanders in the Canandaigua area, Chris?
Yes, there are. So the SLCC main campus actually has a breeding ground, and then the Mueller Field Station also has one.
Do you do this kind of stuff for a living? You kind of sound like you're a nerd, with all due respect.
So I have a degree in fish and wildlife, but I don't do that anymore. So now I do firefighting.
All right. And if any salamanders catch on fire, you are the man to call. Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. He was speaking too proper.
Have a good time over there, guys? Slow things down there.
Hey, you're the one that wanted to talk salamander
We had
facts,
a lot
bro.
of fun back there.
Guys, we had a lot of fun today. But what we have to get serious about is
Salamander.
salamander safety. You're
Herding them frogs.
You're the one that was arguing the salamanders were poisonous. Like, I love how you open your mouth, you say stupid stuff, and then you get pissed when people are like, obviously what you are saying is wrong. And he's turning red right now. He's turning red. All right, so what did we learn here?
Nothing.
No,
we
we
learned nothing.
We learned plenty. You just
Oh,
don't
we have
listen.
salamanders.
Okay, we learned we have salamanders that are generally not poisonous in New
Yeah.
York State. We learned that there are several groups across the state of New York, according to Kimmy, who herd salamanders and frogs at certain times of the year across the road so they can breed. We learned that you should not touch baby deer,
Right.
even if they are all left alone. We learned that the state of New York encourages people, if turtles are stuck in the middle of a busy
Right.
road, to go and pick them up by the sides of the
Sorry,
shell,
Gingerly.
Move
But-
them in the direction they were walking.
but do not touch snapping turtles.
Yes.
And you can tell, according to Tommy, if it's a snapping turtle because it's got the world's longest tail.
They look nasty. We also know Joe can't tell a joke to save his ass.
Yeah. Well, he's had a bad day.
Yeah, bad, very bad.
Right? I mean, look, if you and I know anything, so you can have bad joke days.
Yeah. It's only 7. It's not even 7.
No, it's not even 6:15. We got a dynamite buy a watch kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, what's Kimmy doing with that salamander in your hood?
Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She'll remove street names, town references, but there's still enough in there.
Okay.
Little details, clues, where if you listen,
You have to listen.
we'll be able to figure out what town, village, neighborhood in the city of Rochester they're at, where they whine it just after 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm, or stick with us the whole time.
Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, what do you got? What do you go herd salamanders?
We're having a good time,
Come on.
buddy.
Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
This man is insane. And, like, it's weird because there have been a couple of, like, Hollywood massive names that over the last couple of years either have been on tape or on video doing things where you're like,
Yeah, going off the rails.
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yet, we've just kind of forgotten about them. And this man yesterday, who you love. You
I love
love
this guy.
Love him despite the fact.
One of my top guys.
Oh, yeah, despite the fact that he's not even really an actor. He just plays himself in every single movie. He made a statement.
Yeah.
Because he's getting up there. But he says he's not ready to retire.
Okay.
In fact, he's not ready to retire for another 40 years.
40 years?
All right.
Defend your boy. Next here in the break room on CMF. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry.
You should write that down. That's a good one.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, that's best plans. Best plans. Like, we're pretty sure this is going to happen.
Yeah.
So the fact that this guy sincerely came out and said this yesterday is proof that he is insane. But we don't even need this statement because he's already shown he's insane.
Okay.
And come out and defend your boy.
It's my guy.
Defend.
One of my top guys.
But he might be your top guy.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. You know, we are in that we had fake spring. We're back to regular spring with 50-degree temperatures and everything, but it will not be that long till we're back to the AC on in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been an eternal question. How much am I spending by putting the AC at a certain point when the summer hits?
When to set it.
Yeah, you got
well,
it.
where to set it.
And we have folks from the state and the federal government who are here to tell you what that number should be.
The official
Yep.
thermostat number.
And what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with you? Because you're hurting every dad in America.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So Tom Cruise, big old megastar.
Oh, yeah.
You love Tom Cruise.
Oh, yeah.
You will sit here and defend Tom Cruise.
The dude's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
at his age,
No, I hear you.
what he's doing,
It is great.
yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
NASCAR,
Wow.
jet fighter.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, motorcycle enthusiast.
Yeah, no, I hear you. He
And
does-
spy guy.
Wow. Except he's none of those things. He acts. And he doesn't even act because every time he does a movie, he's Tom Cruise in a different
And by the way,
situation.
no stunt doubles. He does all his own stuff.
I can't believe you still believe that. Like, you're not that much of a sucker.
He may have broken as many bones as Evel Knievel by now.
Okay. So Tom Cruise
Mm-hmm.
sat down yesterday to do an interview, and he was asked about when he's going to hang it up because he had mentioned, when I get on in years, I'm going to stop.
He looks amazing.
He's 62 years old.
And he looks 35 tops.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, don't be jealous,
Bro, I'm
man.
looking at a picture of him
He
right
looks
now.
younger than you, bro.
Bro, I'm looking at a picture of him right
You
now.
know what I hear?
What's that?
Kettlebell every day.
He looks like
2 hours a day.
He looks like a candle with hair.
He looks amazing.
Look, okay, it's not. He doesn't.
Look, any guy my age would love
I
to
know,
look
but here's
like
the
that
thing
dude.
about you guys, like, as men, like, you get to age. Like, you get to age, and sometimes you look better as you age.
Well,
and I
thank
feel
you.
like Tom Cruise could have done that.
Yep.
But by, like, messing with his face a little bit, it's not that he looks bad. He just looks off.
He's
Does
he's
that
our
make
male
sense?
Joan Rivers.
No.
I don't know.
Can
if
we
you-
talk? Wait, you know Joan Rivers. is.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, I was going to say, I don't know if you want to be a male Joan Rivers.
I'll tell you what Tom Cruise looks like.
All right, what's he look
Tom Cruise looks like a man wearing an ill-fitting Tom Cruise mask. So Tom Cruise was asked when he was planning on retiring from acting. And Tom Cruise said, and I quote, I actually said I'm going to make movies into my 80s. Actually, I'm going to make them into my 100s.
Oh, so he thinks he's going to 100.
Oh, no. He doesn't think.
He is.
He said, I am going to make movies into my 100s.
Into the 100s.
Into the 100s.
Wow.
So that means a few things here. And the
What's
phone
that?
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The currently 62-year-old actor is confident he has 40 more years in him to live,
Yeah.
which is ballsy.
Right.
2, he believes he'll still be in the shape to make movies
Well, it might be different.
40 years from now.
They may have to rename some of the movies.
For
Like,
example.
This is impossible.
No, Mission Impossible is actually him going from his chair to the kitchen without pooping his pants a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can make movies until you're old as
Yeah, George
crap,
Burns
but
made them
you're-
into
but
his
you're-
80s,
but
but
you're
they were
gonna-
old man movies.
But you're gonna have to, switch up your role a little bit.
Yeah.
They're going to remake The Sunshine Boys. That's what they're going to remake.
Okay, Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
So it's
Nobody asked. I'm just letting you know. Kimmy
What
doesn't
do you
know
want-
what that
he
is.
wants to explain
I
it.
don't
Bank
want to
robbery.
hear
Old
an
people.
old man. Shut up. Shut up.
the
'Cause-
Space Cowboys. You can make that one.
Okay, that movie sucked.
That was great.
No, it was not. It was great for you because it gave you hope that you can actually do something, which you can. By the way, third thing, Tom Cruise assumes in saying he's going to act into his hundreds that people still want to see him do that.
Well, he's hot. He's the hottest box office draw right now.
Is a box orifice draw. He's the hottest box orifice draw. A box in your mouth. That's where he is, Tom Cruise. That last thing
Yeah.
that Tom Cruise assumes people will want to see him do this into his hundreds
Yeah.
might be the biggest problem. I would argue
What's up?
the reason that Tom Cruise is still such a marketable star are people around your age love him.
Mhm.
Fair statement?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We grew up with him.
Yeah, you got it. And that's
he
fi-
has unbelievable range.
and that he doesn't. But we'll get to that later. And that's fine that you still love him. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't love. The problem with that is
yeah.
if you and people your age are the ones spending the money to see the Mission Impossibles and the Top Gun sequels, by the way, Tom Cruise says there are more sequels to both of those movies in the
More coming,
works.
everybody.
When your generation starts to die off en masse, which is not that far down the road, there's not going to be anyone that wants to see him act because there aren't any 20 or 30-year-old dudes that are like, oh, man, I really got to catch my dad hanging off the back of a plane.
No, but they may be like, the classics may come back.
No.
People want to see him again. But what amazes me about you.
Oh, please.
Is
We're
that
going to
how
make it
you-
about me because we're talking about Tom Cruise. We're talking about Tom Cruise.
You crap all over Tom Cruise, but you love Stallone,
I
who
don't
has
love
been making
no.
this same
No.
movie forever.
That's-
And
I
you talk
never
about a
heard him
guy that
talk
does
about
this-
Stallone.
I love Rocky. There
he
is
loves
not
his
another.
Rocky.
No,
He loves Rocky.
I love Rocky. That's
they
it.
made 12
You
of them.
can love like an old movie made by those guys.
But
I
he
think it's-
loves it's the same character.
I love Rocky.
And you talk about a guy that looks ridiculous.
He does. I agree with you. No,
But
there's
you,
not.
but you, oh my God, you didn't see Rocky 8?
There's not another Stallone movie that I will defend. You cannot defend
But you
another.
defend all 12 of his Rocky.
I like Rocky. Is that a thing? Like, yeah, Stallone did a movie where he lost custody of his son, and to get him back, he arm wrestled.
Yes.
And it wasn't like a one-time thing. It was an entire movie circling around winning arm wrestling competitions while he worked as a cross-country trucker to regain the custody of his son. Have you ever heard me defend that?
I also want to point
No!
out
Well, you
that
brought
even
it up.
like the more recent movies with him, like he lets the young guy be the star, right? Like Creed isn't about
No, it's
him
about the
going
kid.
back into the ring. It's about him showing that
But
guy the ropes.
Tom Cruise
right?
doesn't need to do that.
Doesn't need to
He
do
can
what?
still carry a movie by himself.
No, you think that, and you pay him, and that's fine. Enjoy it. What I'm
He
saying
can
is,
do wheelies.
in 15 years from now,
Yeah.
when most of you are dead, his career is dead because nobody under your age wants to see Tom Cruise.
But what a ride.
Fine.
What
And
a
that-
career.
So are
I'm
you going
not-
to go see it in theaters?
What's that?
Are you going to go see it in theaters? You going
No.
to go see Tom's new movie? No?
No, I haven't seen a movie of his unless it's on like Netflix or something.
You wouldn't even watch it then, I don't
probably
think.
not.
Okay, so you sit here and you get all pissed off.
So who's it really for?
I don't know. I like the guy.
No, you don't because you don't pay to see his
I don't
movies.
support him, but I like him. It's like the Catholic Church. I'm a Catholic. I just don't go.
You're not a Catholic. I'm not a Catholic.
Well, I am Catholic technically.
No, you're not. It's not like Judaism where you're born into being
I
Jewish.
got the dunk.
252 WCMF. Tom Cruise says.
Oh, he might play the Pope.
Tom Cruise says. I don't think.
Oh,
based
man.
on
How
his, I don't think based on his background.
Somebody invades the Vatican, and they mess with the wrong Pope.
Oh, you talking about Killer Pope?
Yes.
Starring Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. 62-year-old Tom Cruise told the Hollywood Reporter this week that he was going to act into his 80s. He now wants to act into his 100s. And he's serious. He's sincere when he says that. Can I bring up something else?
Go ahead.
So there's been this like theme happening over the last like 3 or 4 years.
About
Actors who are obviously insane that everyone just kind of forgot are insane. Because Tom Cruise is insane.
Well, he hasn't done anything nutty in a while.
Why don't you go talk to Katie Holmes' ex-wife?
I think
Why-
we've-
but
I
that's
don't think
been
that
done a
it's
while
that he hasn't done anything nutty. I think we've just accepted his nutty.
No, but that's the problem. Is because like there are several videos and stories about Tom Cruise in the past where for a little while we were like,
Well, he was jumping around, getting a
doesn't
little
he,
crazy.
oh, I'm not even talking about that. That was weird. I'm talking about like accusations that things involving the church that he belongs to, the woman that he was married
Yeah.
to.
I don't think he
Yeah.
sees his kids anymore.
Yeah,
or was
that's all-
fighting, or it was like fighting to see his kids.
That's
or
the whole thing.
something.
Another guy who's like shown up in the news again is like, yeah, he's popular, and Mel Gibson, right? Like,
Yeah.
like there is Google audio, video, ex-wife,
But he still
police
makes,
officers.
But he still like produces movies.
yeah, no, I understand.
Like I thought, wasn't he up for like an award?
yeah,
last
no,
year?
he won an Oscar for
Yes.
that movie he did about the Aztec.
Something like that.
Something
yeah.
like that, right?
Yeah.
Like both of these guys have very, very problematic things in their past, and for some reason, the last couple of years, we've just been like, yeah,
You know, who I feel bad for a guy that doesn't get any crazy respect anymore is Gary Busey, who was one of my favorite actors. Who was insane. Who was legitimately like he wasn't acting, man.
no.
He was that crazy.
Yeah.
So there's a story about Gary Busey.
Well, there's a lot of stories about Gary Busey.
He was doing a movie where he was supposed to like act in heaven, like the scene was in heaven,
Yeah.
and he refused to do the scene because he claimed he had died and seen heaven,
Yeah.
and that's not what heaven
They had it
looked like.
wrong. Yeah.
Alright.
That's a real story.
Yeah.
But he's just straight up crazy. Like he's not faking not being
No,
crazy.
that's what I'm saying. Like those characters, I think he's really. I don't think he knows he's in a movie.
But I think going back to the whole Tom Cruise acting into his 100.
Yep.
And you brought it up.
What's that?
He's an action star.
Oh yeah.
He is an action star.
But he's done some serious roles too.
He did Born on the 4th of July, which
He
was
did. He did one where he
He
wore
had
a
a run there.
he was in Magnolia. He was good in that.
Yeah, he did one where he was in a fat suit where you didn't even recognize
That
him.
was Tropic Thunder. I wouldn't call that like an Oscar-worthy performance.
No,
But it
more
was
of a
you didn't
silly
even know
role.
it was him.
Yeah, 'cause he
but
had
it showed he has range.
No, because he wore a fat suit.
Yes,
He hasn't done an emotional acting role in like 30 years.
they don't pay, bro.
Okay, which is fine.
You can't pay for that Ferrari and that cool motorcycle.
But here's the thing. He has become an action star. You love him
Oh, yeah.
because he does all his own stunts. Well, see, here's the thing. Those roles have a shelf life. Like right now, for example, we watched Harrison Ford try to do action into his 80s, and he looked super sad in the last 2 Indiana Jones movies. He broke his leg on the set of one of his most recent Star Wars movies.
I don't even think he was doing any action in that movie. I think he just fell.
The door closed on his leg, and it snapped Harrison Ford's leg in half. So, like, that's great that you've transformed yourself into this elderly action star,
Yeah.
but your body ain't going to be able to do it forever, broseph.
I hope he does it.
Okay.
I hope your daughters can see, what true Hollywood was.
I don't think
Not what it's turned into.
I don't think if I showed my daughters a picture of Tom Cruise, they could tell me who he was.
Really?
Legit.
I can't wait to show my grandson all these action movies.
Like what?
All of them. I'm gonna watch all the Mission Impossibles.
Okay.
He'll love it.
Maybe it's time to change the name of that movie.
What
Because
do you call it?
he keeps accomplishing all the missions. Just say he's done it like 9 times. Maybe it's mission extremely difficult. How about that? Just throwing some ideas around.
Oh, you fall off a couple of buildings.
Oh, this is the stupidest thing. What are you
You
doing?
go to space.
What are you doing? There is no 62-year-old man in the world that could do any of that. And I understand a blockbuster, there's a suspension of disbelief. But there's no, 30-year-old man that could do that. Give me something else. It's idiots like you. I'm not Trajan. I know who I like. I like Tom Cruise. I'm going to watch him hang off a plane.
Yeah, I'm product loyal. Like you stick with a guy.
No, you're not, because you don't pay for anything he does.
Well, that part, no.
And he's a semi-local guy, Syracuse, born and raised.
Just born, never raised her.
Born and raised.
No.
Syracuse, New York.
Yeah.
Born and raised. Went to Orange games all the time. Played power forward on the 1983 Syracuse.
There is
basketball
that picture of him and Boeheim when they were graduating.
team. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
This is bad news for dads and husbands everywhere.
Ooh, what happened?
Well, look, you would think with all the technology we have these days,
Yeah.
all the people that study absolutely everything scientific, that we would have a definite temperature to cost ratio when you turn on your AC in the summertime.
So it was a proper setting?
Well, see, that's just it. We have a proper setting, but I would like to make the decision for myself. I would like to know when I turn my AC on how much it is costing for every hour that it's running.
A kilowatt?
Yeah.
What am I paying on a kilowatt?
Because what the experts, and I use quote fingers,
Yeah.
say we should be doing is going to devastate the dad-father thermostat balance.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is insanity.
What happened?
And it sucks for all men who live in the state of New York.
Yeah.
Because it's hard enough to hold the line with this in your home. You don't need this obvious propaganda being spread to the folks you live with who want things different. And what is the point of even having this if it's not actually going to make things cooler?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. I mean, I think we've all had points in our lives where we've been there. You go to the grocery store, you need groceries. You ain't got it in your account to cover what you need.
Oh, yeah.
But you're just a couple of days away from getting paid.
I'm going to play Beat the Bank.
Well, see, you can't do that anymore. That's called fraud now.
Yeah.
But there is a new option. In fact, one of the biggest grocery stores in America
Really?
is giving people the ability to buy their groceries now and pay later. And although this is something that may be necessary, it doesn't seem like the best thing in the world. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
It's a question as old as the technology itself. What is the best temperature to keep your air conditioning when the weather gets warmer?
So we're talking summertime temp.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rochester, we've been in and out of this for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So the U.S. Department of Energy says there are a few factors to consider.
What are they saying?
1, keeping the indoor temperature comfortable. 2, lowering the humidity in your home. 3, saving the most money.
All right.
And when they factored all 3 of these things in with a math equation, they came up with the perfect temperature to set your air conditioner.
Fantastic.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
78 degrees.
78, my sweaty ass.
And you don't sweat.
No, but that's uncomfortable.
Are you out of your effing
Yeah, that's
mind?
78, which means if you have a 2-story house, your upstairs is in the 80s.
Yeah. 78 degrees isn't comfortable outside.
Right.
Let alone inside your house. And there is no way, I don't care how much science you got in your background, that the humidity in your home is brought down when your AC is set at 78.
It's not kicking on for very long.
What is the point of even having air conditioning?
There ain't. Especially in this town.
Okay, thank you. Here's what we need.
What's that?
And maybe there are people that can help us out here, because your dad had some facts about this stuff.
Oh, yes.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. How come we've never seen a chart or anything like that? What it costs to run your AC based on the temperature you set it and the size of your home.
Oh.
Have you ever seen that number?
No.
Kimmy, have you ever seen that number?
No.
Because if we had it, it would allow all of us to make a more informed decision on where the air conditioning
That would
should
be good.
Right?
Yeah.
And there are ways to beat the bills with the AC. You can turn it off when your house is empty for the day. You can turn it off when you go to sleep and open the windows.
So I always hate that because then they say turn it off when you're not home. But then when you turn it on, it takes forever for the house to get back to like a nice temperature, and then you're done. You leave it again.
Okay, so they have those like new technologies where you can like do it from your phone.
Yeah. For the rain. Yeah, the Nest.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So like you could leave and then like an hour before I get home. But
I just like it locked in.
No, I'm with you. I don't care. I'll keep it cold all day.
I mean, I got my number. I'm going to dial with it.
But what's your number?
I told you, just like the Astrodome, baby, 72 degrees.
I mean, it's still
good enough for Houston, good enough for Tom Muley.
Still a little warm, but it's better than 78.
No, but 72 is like perfect around here. I mean, I like 68 too.
I mean, 70. 70 is the number. That's the international AC number. And I would put it at 68 if it wasn't. I mean, it's a compromise with my wife. She would love it at 78.
Yeah, I mean, I like it cool and comfortable.
I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you.
There's nothing like when you're sweating and you walk outside, you walk in the house. It's so effing refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like another world.
Bro, I'm with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're on the same page here. I don't get why the Department of Energy is laying out 78 degrees.
Because they want you to ruin the planet.
Well, is that what it is? No,
Yeah.
because their argument is
No, it's bad for the planet. The AC's bad.
No, they're saying this is the most economical way to do it. I don't know if they factored in.
I thought it hurt like the ozone.
I don't know. I don't know what hurt the ozone anymore.
The Freon. I think it screws everything up.
Is that in the air conditioning?
Yeah, it's what makes it cold.
Okay.
Get the freeze.
Look, I don't look again. I just want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
All right.
And I don't care what it costs. I'll give up other stuff.
Bro, you don't pay the bills. Of course
Right.
you don't care what it costs.
I gave up a house just to be comfortable.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The U.S. Department of Energy says when factoring in comfortable temperature, lowering humidity, and saving the most money in your house, you should have your AC set to 78 degrees. Let's talk to Ian. Hey, Ian. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Yo.
Hey, so yeah, I just remember you guys mentioned back in the winter that they came out with this same study, and it was, if I remember correctly, you guys said it was 68 degrees for the winter, and I love how there's a 10-degree difference between the winter and the summer, so it clearly doesn't have anything to do with comfort. They just don't want you using the stuff.
Well, again, I don't know if the U.S. Department of Energy is all that concerned about the environment right now. I mean, based on things I've been seeing, Ian.
Yeah.
I feel like this is really like here's a way to save money
Okay.
by not using your furnace or your air
All right.
conditioning.
Yeah, because everybody's it's tight.
Yeah.
All right.
Big time.
All right, Ian, thanks for the call, buddy.
Ian's on it.
And we are on a hot streak of callers this morning. All right, well, the good news is this.
What's that?
We got 2 marks sitting on hold.
Okay.
Pair of marks. And one of these marks has to be a good call. All right, you want Mark 1 or Mark 2 first?
I want Mark 2
We're
first.
going to start with Mark 2?
Yeah.
All right, Mark 2, you're on CMF. What's going on, buddy?
Is that me?
Yeah, you're Mark 2. Go ahead.
Oh, hey. So I work in the business. There's too many variables for air conditioning.
Okay, I want Mark 1.
So, by the way, Duffy, I was at your mom's house the other day.
Oh, no kidding.
Not like that. She got stuck in the dryer. Had to help her
I
out.
really want Mark 1.
You got anything else, or?
That's it. Love you guys.
Bye, Mark. That was your fault. You pick Mark 2.
I wanted to change my
No, it's too
my
late.
marks.
No. You can't change your marks once you pick your first mark. Let's go with Mark 1. Oh, no, we don't want this mark either. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Oh, this dick.
What's up?
Hey, so I've been in the industry myself my whole entire life. I'm not going to say the word variable like the Mark 1.
Well,
You're Mark 1, idiot.
He was gonna
I'm Mark
say it
1.
until
Okay,
you
so
guys
here we
made
go.
fun of the other Mark.
So, in opening the windows in air conditioning season, everybody wants to get a nice breeze or feel the outdoor air, but you got to make sure the humidity level is at least under 40%.
How do I know that, Mark? How would I know what my humidity level is?
You ask Google, you ask Alexa. That's what I do. Alexa, what's the dew point? What's the humidity level? So tell me, and I'll say, okay, we're not opening the windows tonight.
Was there ever a point in your life where you were cool, or were you always like this, Mark?
I'm so cool.
All right, Mark, easy. Okay, let me ask you this question.
Like, Tommy wants to make fun of that.
I know how not to open my windows in the summertime. That's why I'm cool.
Tommy wants to make fun of that, but he's also like, oh, good advice. Yeah, I will definitely do that next time.
All right, Mark, what should I keep my house at? So give me that.
So I keep my house right around 70 degrees on a hot day. Run your fan on your thermostat too. That'll keep the air circulating and keep it a lot cooler. Close your shades. Close your blinds.
Close your mouth. Open up a window and jump.
Mark, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Sorry I missed the hot salamander talk this morning. I'm glad I didn't waste my call on that.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Mark. All right. We've taken 5 calls since 6 o'clock
And
this
they
morning.
all suck.
We do not have a good call yet. So we're laying down the gauntlet.
All right.
To all
Maybe
you,
we're done with Marks for the day, too. I think we got one more strike.
Well, we got 2 Mark strikes?
2 Mark strikes.
One more Mark.
We
more
need
bad
one Mark to save the Marks.
252 WCMF. We're talking about how the U.S. Department of Energy says the temperature you should keep your house at, AC, 78 degrees. This is a blow to dads and husbands everywhere. And I am on record as saying the last place a man gets to put his foot down in his home is the thermostat.
Yeah.
All you ladies, you've taken everything else, and that's fine. God bless you. You're doing a better job. But as long as I can be in a comfortable temperature, you can have everything else.
All right.
And it's not like ladies are fighting to get temperature control, right? But articles like this undermine the hard work and wisdom of dads and husbands across the greater Rochester area because your wife is going to see this story. And I know that because I got this story because my wife sent me this story because she wants it hotter in the house all the time. And she does not back down.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But when obvious wrong information shows up, it F's with what your house should be.
Yes.
And it makes your life more miserable.
Because your wife, in the end, if your wife's not comfortable, that's the number you have to hit to get her comfortable.
No, but here's what women don't get.
What's that?
And I'll say it.
Say it.
Yeah, I'll say it.
Let it out.
Women don't understand their own body temperature.
Oh.
Let me explain.
So they're ignorant to their own comfort.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay.
Can I tell me if this happens to you?
All right.
You get into bed
Mhm.
and your wife goes, "It's cold. It's really cold,"
Yes.
and she'll put on 4 blankets,
Yep.
right? And then 3 minutes later,
How's that?
she's kicked all of the blankets off because now she's too hot.
I'm not.
My wife will want to put on. We have like one of those electric space fireplaces.
Yeah.
You know, the fake ones.
Yeah.
She'll turn that on. She'll want to turn the heat up. She'll put on 5 blankets. The room is now 1,000,000,000 degrees,
Yeah.
and she'll kick all the blankets off.
Yeah, I can't sweat in bed. I just like being like slimy in bed.
But like, I will remind my wife, like, you will put the blankets on,
Yeah.
and you will be sweaty in 3 minutes. We don't need it to. No, I'm uncomfortable. Blah, blah, blah. And now I'm miserable the whole night. My wife's like, oh, it's actually hot here now. It's actually pretty hot. You do that, Kimmy?
No, I'm a cold sleeper. Like to be nice and chilly when I get in
Yep.
bed.
Ice Queen.
Ice Queen.
252 WCMF. All right, we're on call 6. We're 0 for our first 5.
All right.
Let's see if Jeff can right the ship. Hey, Jeff, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Not a good start. Go ahead, bud.
This ain't working.
Hey, how are you?
Good, Jeff.
Good.
Hey, so my wife, she signed up for this thing last year through RG&E where it was called like Rush Hour through the Nest thermostat,
All right.
and they would crank the temperature to like 82 when we weren't home. So how does it make sense to crank it all the way up to that and then have it run all night to try to catch up? How is that like energy efficient?
I think that if you're looking to complain about your energy bill, you've called the wrong number, Jeff.
No, I'm just saying, I believe this study also published something similar that said when you're gone, you're supposed to turn it way up.
Yeah, no, I see, because I've heard it both ways, right? I've heard people say the more energy efficient thing to do is to turn off the AC, and then people say if you do that,
It's
it
just
actually
gonna
takes.
have to work over.
It's gotta run all
Exactly.
night.
So I don't know
Right.
what. Can I just get some straight answers in the world today?
Well, right. That's what I want.
That's what
to know.
Jeff's
Nobody
saying.
seems to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, inquiring minds, Jeff. Thanks for the call, buddy. All right, that wasn't good. 0 for 6.
Yeah.
0 for 6.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you people?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Kimmy, you were gonna say something?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is home AC a standard thing for American homes these days?
Is what?
Home air conditioning. Like, is air conditioning standard for houses now?
I think we're the country that has most ACs.
There was.
We count because I've lived in apartments where that didn't have AC, but you have a window unit, especially in the room you're sleeping in.
counts.
Do we
But I think
count
it's like
that?
80% of the homes have like AC.
Is that true?
Yeah, because like Europe is like way low.
Kimmy, can you Google how many American homes have air conditioning? Because
I think we lead the league.
there was a time
There was an air conditioning time.
where air conditioning was a luxury.
Oh yeah.
Like the house I grew up in did not have air conditioning. But there are now government programs that'll give free AC window units to families that qualify.
Yeah.
They're toying with the idea of canceling schools if the temperature reaches a certain point. Why all of a sudden the last 15 years are we taking home cool as seriously as we have taken home heat?
I think because the planet's getting hotter.
Oh.
And people are dying from the heat, especially
Okay.
the elderly.
Yeah, that's a good
You
call.
know?
Yeah, sure.
And if you're
Kim,
poor, you ain't got no AC. You ain't got many options.
just saying that would have been nice when I was a kid. I
Yeah,
really could use an
yeah,
air
yeah.
conditioning
Okay.
unit.
But your old man could afford it. But you had that hole in the roof.
Yeah, it's really hot in
That's
summer
just-
nights.
88% of American households have some form of air conditioning. 66% have like the central air AC.
Damn, 88%?
That's
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah.
USA.
I was not thinking it would be that high.
Oh yeah.
All right, real quick.
We invented it.
Did we invent air conditioning?
Yeah.
Who invented air conditioning?
Carrier
Did he invent it?
invented it.
Okay. Nope. Now I know you're lying. I saw the look on your
The
face.
Duke Carrier invented the
Okay.
AC unit. That's
and
in
the
your
and aircraft.
I'm talking about central air that you have in your house.
No,
He's right.
no air conditioning.
Central
Yeah.
air conditioning that you have in your house was invented by Carrier.
First electrical air conditioning unit. That's what he invented.
And by the way, it's right down the road in Syracuse.
That's why I'm not.
I think Buffalo.
or Buffalo.
The Buffalo Forge Company.
yeah.
You were doing
I would
so
assume
good.
that's in Buffalo.
You were doing so. No, it's about that one buffalo they found in Syracuse at one time. You know who was riding it?
What was that?
Tom Cruise.
He could.
All right, let's take what?
And that animal would be damn lucky to have him on his ass.
All right. Well, like if you couldn't afford AC growing up,
Yeah.
you had to suffer through the heat. You couldn't afford groceries growing up. That's a bigger deal.
Yeah.
And there are people who budge. Let me try that again. There are people
Yeah.
whose budgets are getting tighter.
Mhm.
Right? And you get to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You don't get paid till Friday.
Yeah.
You got to put some kind of food on the table. What do you do?
Ooh, you got to put the big stretch on.
One of the biggest grocery stores in America
Yeah.
is now offering a solution. And this will help.
This sounds like a trap, man.
It's 100% a trap, but I think there's also an argument to be made. if this is the only option,
Oh, yeah.
it's a good option.
You got to eat, Pat.
All right, we'll get into it next here at the break room. I'll see you back. You need groceries,
Oh, you got to eat.
but you ain't got the money till the end of the week.
What do you do?
Well, you're SOL, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong, bitch.
Yeah.
This national store, one of the biggest groceries in America, is offering a brand new solution.
All right.
One that could eventually get your groceries right now, but you won't have to pay for them until they're long gone. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. The weirdest story you will hear this month.
Oh.
There were a bunch of folks who started their day in Buffalo yesterday. Their plan was to end in New York City, but they ended up in a parking lot in Henrietta.
Oh.
And as weird as that sounds, that's not the weirdest part of the story.
Yeah.
Because it seems there is still someone missing that was responsible for getting them to Buffalo to New York.
They can't find the person?
I don't have any more details other than the few that we got yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll get to the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. A big announcement from Costco yesterday.
Oh, that's a big one.
They have partnered with Affirm. Are you familiar with Affirm?
No.
Affirm is a company that offers buy now, pay later services for a whole bunch of different online stores.
All right. Is it kind of what a credit card does, though?
Kind of, but what they give you is a real-time eligibility quick check.
Oh.
So it's during checkout. You just
Yeah.
enter your information, and instantly you know if they will give you a tiny little loan
Okay.
for what you're trying to buy. And most people do qualify. Costco says the Affirm program will allow purchases between $500 and $17,500
Jesus Christ, at a Costco.
instantly on their website.
Wow.
But it is believed, although it's not in the stores yet, if this goes well, it will also make it to the checkout
All right.
at Costco. The problem, however,
What's the problem?
the installment plans. Affirm offers 3 to 36 month plans with APR rates between 10 and 36%.
Man, that's the whole fist.
Wow.
God damn, 36?
That is a lot.
Yes, it is.
Man, you are going to get hung out to dry quick.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, these companies like Affirm, and we'll get more into them later because there's multiple ones, have become unbelievably popular the last couple of years. And, Tommy, you would think
Yeah.
that if Costco is starting to move in this direction, other grocery stores are going to start looking at it as well.
They want to grab the cash, too.
Is this a good idea?
Oh, God, it's horrible.
Okay, why?
Because you're gonna hang yourself, and that interest rate is going to bury you. You'll never get out from underneath it. It'll take you years.
And you're paying interest on the taxes.
Oh, the taxes.
Don't forget about the taxes.
I can't imagine, because I remember those check cashing places that took like
20% of your check.
20% of your check. And I thought that was insane. This is 36% interest.
Up to.
Right, and people going to run it. If you're using this, you're already hurting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, this isn't something you do for fun.
Right, this is like desperation food, right?
But you bring it up. I mean, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I'm still paying off bread from last week.
And I think that's what sucks too is at the end of it, like you don't have anything to show for that money.
Right.
I mean, you obviously need it. You're eating it, but
You're right.
like there's nothing left at the end.
God, this is horrible.
You're just stuck with debt.
Look, everything you guys are saying is
Yeah.
true, and I agree with all the points you're making. That being said, if your only option to put food on the table right now is this, isn't that a good option?
It's not a lifesaver, though.
For now, it is. If I'm living day to day, and there are
Yeah.
lots of people living day to day, I mean, sometimes you just come up short. And
I know.
outside of asking people you know to borrow money, there isn't really another option.
I understand.
Because you can make the argument that those payday loans where they just give you cash, those are more predatory.
Yeah.
You can't play beat the bank with checks anymore. Now they call that fraud.
I didn't just pay them with plastic.
But if you could pay with plastic, you wouldn't be taking these out.
Right, which means you don't have any credit.
Or you've run your credit
That's what I'm
up.
saying. Like,
Yeah.
you maxed out your cards, man. So, like, man, you are going to be in such bad shape.
Okay, so this bothers you?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Because we've all been there, man.
I agree with you, man. And that's why I'm looking at this. And you're right. By math, this is bad.
It'll take you forever to get out from underneath it.
Okay, but I'm living day to day right now, man.
I know.
If you can, I mean, because eventually it's just going to put you even more behind.
And it'd be okay if you walked in and you just bought the staples, right? Like, this, but you know what's going to happen, man.
Well, yeah, I got credit, man.
I
I'll
was
buy
just
it.
going to say, I would be so tempted to buy way more than I need.
Right. You know, beer's on sale.
Sure.
The chips are buy one, get one.
Yeah, I'm getting 2 chips for the price of one.
Thank you.
So it's not even like I'm spending
Yeah.
interest. You know what I'm saying? So if this bothers you,
Yeah.
the way that this could potentially be used in grocery stores down the road, buckle up. Because it turns
What
out
are they doing now?
It turns out groceries may not be the dumbest way these loans are being used. In late March, DoorDash, the food delivery service,
Your lazy ass eating good food.
they partnered with Klarna, which is another one of these types of loan companies, to allow people to finance fast food.
So, again, you can't even use your credit card anymore. So you're just taking out a loan. This is, oh, my God.
Okay, to quote DoorDash,
Yeah.
when the option launches, DoorDash users can use Klarna to pay in 4 interest-free payments or defer payments and let people pick a day that aligns with their paycheck schedules. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tommy, you and I have been in some pretty bad debt.
Bro, I was drinking. I was going out drinking on my home equity line of credit, which is a second mortgage.
Yes.
I was borrowing money from my bank to go drink.
And that's a really dumb idea. But even you or I,
Yeah.
with the stupidity we had in our background, never got upside down on a burrito.
No, but I don't know. I may have.
But
If these things were available when I
gonna
was doing
say,
this.
What if it was just as simple as clicking a button?
It is as
Because
simple.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've noticed every time you make any type of purchase online, like it's either pay with credit card, pay with Apple Pay, or pay later. And like that's a button you can click and it'll show you the breakdown of the payments you'd make. And you're like, oh, $17 a month, not bad.
Not bad at all, especially when that burrito I'm buying now, it's only $3
Yeah,
a
like
month.
when they have it on display for you written out, it looks even more tempting.
And Kimmy, what makes this thing with DoorDash and Klarna an even bigger deal?
Yeah.
DoorDash already costs a fortune.
Yeah.
You're potentially spending double before you get into the loans.
Oh, really? Is that jacked up?
Well, no, I'm saying even before the loans. I mean,
Yeah.
DoorDash to have
I
it.
say they jack up the food price.
Well, you have a delivery fee. There's like
Yeah.
Kimmy, how many mystery fees in a DoorDash or an Uber Eats or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it till the end.
So there's fees.
Oh,
Okay.
it's ridiculous. So then you spend all that extra money to get it brought to your door. Now you're adding 15 to 30% interest on your double price of food. You could be, no exaggeration, looking at a $40 Taco Bell burrito.
Here's the thing about all these. The reason you're here and you're using these things tells me you're gonna hang yourself. Everybody who uses this is gonna hang themselves.
Yes, that's what they're designed for.
Right, because you're at your wits. You're at the end of your rope. This is your last option.
Yes. But again,
But your fat ass is eating a burrito.
okay, yeah, like there's no excuse for the DoorDash.
No, you're
the
ups-
DoorDash, you can't justify
No.
financing
Yeah.
fast food. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Costco has partnered with a company named Affirm. They are one of these quick credit eligibility companies. They allow you to break up your purchases of online stuff over however many months.
Yeah.
Right. The interest goes anywhere from 10 to 36%. And right now, it's just available on Costco's website for purchases between $500 and $17,500. However, there is word that if this goes well, Costco could start using this for people to buy actual groceries. And if that happens, there are going to be other grocery stores that
Oh,
do
sure.
it, right? And you get stuck in a spot. This feels like your only option, but you're going to pay out the ass down the road. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
You sit here with the wisdom of all of the mistakes that you've made.
Yeah.
Right? Kimmy's always been good with money, so I don't
Yeah.
want to hear it from her. It's not people like you or people that like me that we have to worry about here.
Who's that?
It's the kids.
Oh, the young people. Yeah.
Teenagers to mid-20-something. And
Just starting out.
that's where the folks who sell credit always find suckers. Like, there's a reason, Tommy, they set up those credit card application booths in those college
Oh, yeah.
unions for years. And it turns out young people already have a ton of experience with these types of quick loan retail online places.
How so?
Last year's holiday shopping season saw these businesses hit an all-time high. Folks spent, are you ready for this? Sit down.
How much?
Americans spent $18 billion using just short-term instant loan companies like Affirm and Klarna.
These new things.
$18 billion.
That's like buying an aircraft carrier.
And consumers under 30
Yeah.
were the overwhelming bulk of their customers.
So these young kids are underwater.
Yeah, they don't have enough money to buy nice things for
Right.
the people they love. They
So
went ahead and did it.
they're behind.
Yes. Like, I mean, are there people 252 WCMF that have used it? Are we overreacting to this? Is it as bad as we think it is? Because we're used to super predatory stuff.
Yeah.
You brought up the check cashing places,
Yeah.
the payday loans, stuff
Right.
like that.
Second mortgages that they turned into what they called second mortgages was always like a really bad term, like for my father's generation.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got to take out a second mortgage. But then they turned them into home equity line of credit.
Well, that sounds way better.
Well, that sounds like I'm financially savvy.
I'm actually using the money I already have in my house.
Right, it's my money.
Right? Well, use it when you need it.
Yes.
I have a structured so.
Yeah, I mean, I would just think that because like what you're talking about are like those bigger loans, being tempted by those. When I think it's broken up into all these smaller ways of doing it, it's got to be so easy to lose track of it all, especially if you're paying different companies for different things.
It's a great point.
There may be a payment that you're missing that you could afford or you could pay that you may have just forgotten about, and I don't know what that looks like 10 years from now when they come looking for it.
But I will say this: when I was a young kid coming up, and I worked in the meat business, the grocery business, every guy, every girl I knew my age was busted.
Yeah.
Was like, maxed out on credit cards, was living for Friday, just get the beer, get the weed, go have some fun. So maybe I don't worry as much. Like, it's always been like this. Like, the young set, you always start out behind the 8 ball and you eventually crawl out from underneath it.
Okay, so here's the thing. What you said.
But it is easier now.
Well, it's not only is it easier. What you said, I hope you're right.
And there's more temptation.
Yes, I hope you're right. It's not just those two things.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say a guy of your generation,
Yeah.
and even when I was coming up, it was easier to get out of that stuff because you made
you made
money.
you made a good wage.
You made a good living, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how many folks.
And there was opportunities in the future.
Exactly. Like when you combine these traps, right, with the fact that I'm not guaranteed a job that's going to pay me enough.
And you're getting bombarded, and it's easy.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We've been rambling.
All right.
Talking. Tommy's sounding the alarm on debt.
Yes.
A man who somehow is still in debt from like 1978.
Yes.
Jake's on CMF. Hey, Jake, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I've used these before. I'm for preference. I'm in my late 20s. I just wouldn't use them you can't afford to normally buy that good.
Okay.
Pretty simple, but most people my age can't do that.
Sure. No, I understand. Look, man, I get the draw of it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it. Tommy and I look, I was so bad with money that I wasn't allowed to use banks. I'm not making that up. I had overdrawn my account so bad, so I'm not judging.
He was basically Cuba.
Jake, what I'm wondering is when you get into this agreement with Klarna or a firm, I mean, have you gotten yourself in any trouble? Were you able to make the payments on time? How did it go for you?
I've had no problem making those payments. They give you a full breakdown of how much you're going to spend, how much you're going to spend at the end of the day. They give you your options. They give you your 3 options. I've used a firm. They'll usually do a 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, or sometimes up to 3 years.
So you can't get a credit card?
Yeah.
You can't?
Yeah.
Why?
Why can't I?
No, he can get a credit card.
Oh, you can get a credit card. Why don't you use that credit card?
I have. Sometimes it's just a quick little $200 item that I just don't want to put onto my credit card limit, and they'll just give me that quick little bit, and they'll have it paid off in 6 months.
All right, so let me ask you this, Jake, and we appreciate you explaining to the old people how all this works.
Even if he interrupts you in the middle of your sentence.
Tell me about your credit card!
What about the credit card?
Jake, what is the most expensive thing you've bought with, you said you use Klarna or a firm?
A firm.
Okay, what's the most expensive thing you've bought with a firm?
Probably some parts for my computer at $700.
All right, and in the end, how much extra did you spend? Because you said they lay it out for you.
I think it was 10% APY, so it was $100 extra over a year.
All right, and you were fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Jake says he's in. Jake says you're an old man. You don't get it wearing your members only looking jacket made out of camel hair.
I didn't know you needed parts for your computer.
Old man.
Jake, thanks.
Right, you guys have a great day.
Thanks, buddy. There goes Jake. I still don't like it.
Right.
I still don't like it at all.
No.
Because you also hear, and Jake sounds like a great kid. And like you said, we were all in this situation at one point. There's also that arrogance of being young and not understanding. Not that he doesn't understand.
No, but
look, I got this. You didn't have this. You guys didn't have payday loans when you were kids. You just walk in and they give you money, man.
Yeah, but I like his logic with I don't want to put all that money on my credit card. You're just putting it on another credit statement.
No, but here's where he's getting.
Hey,
here's
what?
where he's getting. You can't use Klarna or a firm for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I'm 22 years old.
Yeah.
And I have an emergency that shows up that costs me $300.
I get it.
Klarna can't go to the urgent care.
Right.
So I want to keep that money clear on my credit card. I get the logic
All
there.
right.
Use a credit card. Take out your Diners Club. I don't know why I'm insulting you. I'm still on your side. Ian writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He said, I dated a girl who did that Klarna stuff to fund her closet full of shoes. It was so stupid. But it sounds like you said dated, so who broke up with who? Yeah. Sounds like
I would hate to be a young person right now, except for having a young penis. I mean, it would suck.
Well, yeah, it's not easy.
No.
Right? I'm with you. I am scared for these
They're
kids.
not having fun.
I think they're still having fun.
Bro, we had fun.
Shut up.
We had 70s fun.
You're
bro.
doing old man stuff again.
I know.
You guys think you know
Kids don't
fun?
know fun anymore. They don't
No
know debt like I
drinking.
do. Debt.
No gonorrhea.
Yeah, but you know what it is?
What?
Nobody wants to fun anymore.
No, they
I guess
don't.
not.
Nobody wants to wake chunk
Nobody
anymore.
wants to party.
And here's the thing. What's funny about this is just when we think we get smarter as a society, they find a new way to get you.
Yeah.
Because, like, we figured out the dangers of credit cards for young people. There were laws put in place to help curb predatory behavior. And then here comes stuff like this.
It's evil
But
business.
they get
man.
you and they make you feel smart about it. And I think that's it, too, because they don't paint it like you're going to be in debt. They paint it as this is a smart option because you're breaking it up into smaller payments.
Yes.
So in your mind, you think you're being, like, financially responsible by doing it this way.
I mean, there's a science to this. They know what they're doing. Like, Chris writes us on Instagram, again, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way. He says Rent-A-Center's been banking off these methods for years, getting the items instead of the cash loan. And that's the funniest thing, right? Like, rental places for appliances where you could buy to own were exposed as being a terrible deal.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And look, I know there are people that still do it, but they're not doing it because they think they're getting a great deal. They're doing it out of desperation. This is
big advertisers on CMF back in the day.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh, we used to do gigs there all the time.
And here's the thing. Again, I get it. If that's your only way you get a refrigerator
or a TV,
you got to do what you got to do, right? But like this Klarna Affirm is a similar business model where you can buy whatever you want. And people are like, oh, yeah, well, this is better. Why?
I don't know.
All right, we'll take one more call because maybe, again, we're out of touch. It's possible we're out of touch. 252 WCMF. They started with Costco announcing they are teaming with Affirm, or was it Klarna? Going back up. Hold on.
Not
I think he said Affirm.
sure.
Affirm. They're partnering with Affirm to allow the quick loans on their websites for people that want to buy between $500 and $17,500. Although there is word from insiders that if this works well, they will start to allow it for groceries.
So it's just a personal loan company.
Instant personal loan.
Yeah.
Kyle's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Kyle, what's up?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What up?
So I used Klarna and Affirm at the same time. We took a vacation to Nashville last year. We used Affirm for the flights, and we used Klarna for the Airbnb, and we only ended up paying an extra $50 over 6 months of, paying little bits on each, and then it was paid off.
Okay, so you had a pleasant experience with it.
Yeah, it was a pleasant experience. I don't know if I would use it again because I'm sure they gave you deals for first-time users, so I'm sure now there's going to be a little more interest if I were to use it again. But overall, it definitely helped our trip.
All right, so let me ask, because whoever we just talked to before said they lay out how much extra you spend. Kyle, do you know how much extra you spent using those things? Did they lay it out for you?
In total, between both of them, it was like $40.
Ah, look at that, beating the system.
But again, why wouldn't you use your credit card and get the points?
Is a credit card like a credit card? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. I just drank water.
No, but no, Kyle, have you applied for a credit card? Because I hear it might be better than an actual credit card, according to this guy that I work with that talks for a living.
I have a credit card. I just never use it because I'm fortunate enough to where I don't really need to use it.
Ooh! But then you go take a personal loan. I don't get this.
All right. Well, hey, look, I mean, it sounds like he beat the system on that first try.
Yeah.
Kyle, thanks for the call, buddy. I mean, look, I'm with you. If I were him, I would look into
I would get the points on a card. You can use them.
And especially, you get extra points on your credit card, from what I understand.
Especially if you travel.
We'll finish it up with this because we sound like old men.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
But this is going to make you feel better.
All right.
Jacob writes us on Instagram again, Duffy on WCMF. Just pay for it in full in the beginning. I don't even have a credit card. I'm 24. Go to work.
Oh, that's an old man take from a 24-year-old.
Go to work.
I pay in full.
Pay in full. Go to work. Take a break. These people paid in full up front, I would assume, for this trip that they were taking. It started in Buffalo.
Yeah.
It was intended to end in New York City.
Oh, like a tour.
Yeah, but there was a detour.
Okay.
Detour to the parking lot of one of the greatest restaurants in the greater Rochester area.
So is that a breakdown?
Nah. This is the weirdest story you can hear this month. And here's the thing, Kimmy. We don't even know how this thing came close to ending.
Nope.
Because it does seem like the person they were looking for may not have been found yet.
Wow.
Oh. Okay.
In that
I
particular
didn't see that.
vehicle.
Oh, no. They got the vehicle.
Where would they have gone to?
That's a great question.
Okay.
We'll get into all of it next here in the break room on CMF. No road trip goes exactly to plan.
No, of course not.
But a whole bunch of people had that experience to the extreme yesterday in Henrietta.
What happened?
Well, they started the day in Buffalo. They were supposed to end up in New York City.
Nice.
But they found themselves stranded in a buffet parking lot.
That is nice.
All while the driver
Yeah.
of the biggest vehicle you could put on the road was trying to escape.
From what?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. And this story starts yesterday on the Thruway.
Yeah.
Now, details are vague. In fact, we had to use two different news stories that were reporting two different parts of the story to piece this together. However, according to 10 NBC, a coach style bus.
Yeah, like a big private tour bus.
You got it. That it started the morning in Buffalo, making its way to New York City, allegedly got in some sort of accident near Rochester on the Thruway.
Okay.
And it was a bus full of passengers when it happened. The bus apparently got off the Thruway somewhere in the greater Rochester area because state troopers reached out to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department to help them find this bus that may have been in an accident. And they did find it.
Okay.
Troopers say they located the damaged bus on Jefferson Road in Henrietta. But there was one little weird detail.
What is that?
There were now no passengers on the bus.
Oh, so the bus is empty. All right.
For the rest of the story, we have to jump over to News 8.
All right, what happened?
Passengers on the bus that was apparently in the accident say the bus driver stopped in the parking lot of the Golden Corral on Jefferson Road.
And what happened there?
Well, they had them get off the bus.
Slight break.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then abandoned them there.
Well, when you say abandoned, he got back in the bus and drove off.
Left them in the parking lot of the Golden Corral.
And he drove off in the bus.
This is what it seems.
Wait a minute, all their stuff's in there.
Apparently they got
Like their
great
luggage.
point.
It looks like they got their stuff off the
Oh,
bus.
okay.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Wait, so they're in the lot
Yeah.
with my luggage, and there goes my ride.
Folks who were on the bus say they were stranded in the parking lot of the Golden Corral in Henrietta for 3 hours,
Wow.
having no idea what was going on. Eventually, another bus came and picked them up, but while all of this was happening, they had no clue what to do and where their trip was taking them. Now, we go back to the bus that was found on Jefferson Road.
Yeah.
The Monroe County Sheriff's Department says they found the bus, but there is one detail missing in this story.
Yeah.
There is no word on whether or not they found the driver.
So they found a bus, no driver.
Now, it doesn't say that, but it
Yeah.
doesn't say in the story that they found
All right.
the driver.
So he could have split.
It's possible. And if the driver was not with the bus,
Yeah.
somebody want to explain what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Where did he disappear to?
Because here's the thing. Around noon, Kimmy, we
Yeah.
had the story about the people
Yeah.
being stranded in the Golden Corral parking lot. We also had the story of the bus being found, and there's a picture of the
Yeah.
bus in a parking lot near the Golden Corral, but not in front of the Golden
Yeah.
Corral, with some, like, dings on it.
Yeah.
But that's all we have. We don't know who the driver was. We don't know if they have the driver. We don't know what the driver did. We don't know what the intention was of getting off the Thruway. If there was an accident, it looks like there was an accident because there's damage to the side of the bus.
Man, did they say where this bus was coming from? Because I was
Buffalo.
thinking. Oh, no, originally?
It said started in Buffalo, was
Okay.
headed to New York City.
Man.
Why? What were you thinking?
Well, I was just wondering, like, it sounds like one of those Bodine-style tour bus. Like, you go down to see a Yankees game at Shop or whatever that they run. But usually those have, like, a lot of people from out of country.
Asian folks is what you're trying to say. Yeah. A lot
So,
of Asian
like,
tourists.
like they
take
come
buses.
down to Toronto and then they catch these buses.
Yeah, it's weird. We get these style buses in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like there's Asian tourists that come down to see High
Right.
Falls.
So you can imagine,
Oh,
like, you're
High
not even
Falls.
familiar with the area.
Yeah.
And now you're stuck in a parking lot somewhere.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Very possible.
That's got to be really scary,
The
man.
good news is
What?
if
Well, Golden Corral was open.
Well, no, not even that. It wasn't open, actually. That's the most torturous part.
Oh,
it was
that
too
is-
early. So, like, there you have
Oh.
the greatest buffet in America.
Yeah.
If it was a bunch of Asian tourists, dynamite Asian restaurants in that plaza.
Oh, okay.
You got the dumpling house there.
Oh.
You got another Asian restaurant behind it, very good, and Indian right on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah. And a Chinese buffet across the street.
But what if they came here for American fare?
Well, too bad.
Yeah.
Eat what you know.
What would be confusing as a passenger is, first of all, we don't know what this driver said before he took off. Like, hey, another bus is coming.
By the way, you
or I'm
say
gonna
he.
go.
We don't know the
Oh,
gender.
true. I guess I just.
This could be a woman as well, Kimmy.
Yeah. Well,
Way to
whatever.
Tommy yourself.
We don't know what the driver said before leaving. Like, they could
Yeah.
have let them know that, there's another bus coming, or I'm going to go take this quick to see what's going on. Like, we don't. They were there for an undisclosed amount of time. So I wouldn't even know as a passenger, like, when to make a call that the bus wasn't coming, who to call that the bus wasn't here, Like, do I call the police? Am I supposed to call the bus company?
Yeah, they don't tell you anything.
I don't know what to do in this situation.
I mean, the first thing, thank God for Google, because if this happened 30 years ago, they would be legitimately effed. I mean, they could pull out their phone, Google the name of the company they took, and call someone in an office. And
but
be
they
like,
might not even know what's going on yet.
You're right, but at least you have the ability to get a hold of someone and be like, yo, we need something.
And how long do you give it, though? Because let's say the
Well, you're
driver
stuck.
said they were coming back.
And this is your trip.
Yeah.
You're already over an hour into it. Oh, man, you're so effed.
So, with all the information we have about this bus that allegedly got in an accident on the thruway, got off, dropped off these people that started in Buffalo on their way to New York City in the Golden Corral parking lot and then left.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know if the driver has been found yet. I'm not a coach bus driver.
Yeah.
I never have been. And maybe there are folks listening that can help us out with this, but it seems like not great business practice nor practice for your bus driving career to make everyone get off a bus, get their stuff, leave them in a parking lot for 3 hours. Also at baseline, just before even that.
Yeah.
Leaving the scene of an accident seems pretty illegal.
Yeah.
And if that damage the bus sustained in the photo that was on the news last night is not from an accident, what the hell happened? And why don't we have more details? What is the government trying to cover up, Tommy?
So this guy, or woman.
Yeah, somebody, person.
Sounds like there's a little bit more to the past of this. You know what I mean? If you go back.
Well, I mean, what?
What do you mean? Like of the person's
Like
background?
why would a bus driver act like that?
I mean, did they just freak out?
Could be, but
what? Well, like,
I mean, if it's a minor accident, obviously the bus was drivable, so he moved it from the interstate all the way into Henrietta.
Yeah, and
so,
and by the way, that's not a short trip
No.
either. Getting off the 90 there.
Yeah.
So I said the bus isn't that disabled.
No.
But to drop everybody off and then move the bus again, and you make them get all their luggage out.
Was there a miscommunication with the bus company? Like that driver thought
they
were
told. Well, I think they told me to get out and sprint.
Well, no, I'm saying, did the driver think that there was another bus coming to pick up the passengers?
Even if there was,
Yeah.
why did you move the bus?
Right. Like they're more comfortable
don't
sitting
know.
in a bus or something.
Yeah.
Waiting for another bus.
Yeah, right. That would
Yeah.
make sense.
Just run the AC and you can sit there.
Also, again, very important question. Where's the driver?
Yeah.
Where is the driver?
They got to ride home. Took an Uber.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Go.
All right, let's say you guys are on this bus.
Mhm.
You leave Buffalo at 6 o'clock in
Yeah.
the morning. You should be in New York City by 1 or 2. You get stranded in the parking lot of Golden Corral.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's going on. You're just standing there with your luggage. Do you get on the other bus?
Well, yeah, because I got plans. If you have plans in New York City for like a weekend,
Mhm.
like if it's Memorial Day weekend,
Yeah, you're right.
like so you're gonna go down there and do some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you're gonna lose money.
All right,
Yeah, I'm
counterpoint.
happy to get on the next bus.
I just
I'm
wanna
like,
get there.
Let's go. Let's go. Like, bring me to either home or where we're going.
I wanna
because
go to
I'm
my
sick
vacation.
Of standing
Yeah.
around.
All right, but let's talk about the destination because the bus is going to take you to your destination.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going to New York City. Counterpoint to the point you just made.
Mm.
We're an hour into this trip.
Yeah.
I've been standing in this parking lot 3 times longer than I've been moving towards my
I
destination
understand.
with a company who hired a driver that thought this was a good idea.
Yeah.
Why would you get on the second bus? If you're from Buffalo,
Yeah.
you're an hour away, and that's either an expensive Uber ride or a huge favor from someone you know.
Right.
But you have the ability to get home within 60 minutes and not roll the dice again.
But you lost your vacation completely.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm in a
No,
parking lot.
I'm
getting
taking that.
back
I'm going
on the
on a
bus.
vacation.
You're both going to New York
Yeah.
City.
Yeah.
I'm going home.
I mean, it's.
Well, you don't want to be on a trip anyway.
I don't mind a bus.
No, you had an attitude since we got on.
Well, yeah, because I told you this was going to happen. Now we're straight at a Golden Corral. You don't want to listen.
You're all packed up. You're
Yeah.
ready to go. I would just see it as a delay and let's move on.
Well, okay, a delay is an airport for 2.5 hours while they're de-icing the plane. This does not happen. This is
Yeah.
not standard bus procedure where you're
You don't
left
feel-
abandoned in a parking lot for 3 hours.
You don't feel immediate relief when that next bus shows up? Like, I am happy to get
Oh,
back
yeah.
on that bus.
I think I'd be nervous
What
because
about what?
why did your first bus driver take off?
All right,
What
we
kind
got
of-
him now. He's gone.
No.
He's a no good.
No,
now we got
no.
a good guy now.
I think, how do you know? Because I thought the first guy was a good guy.
Well, this one's definitely, but the odds are we got a good one.
Hell of a sprinter, that first guy, but not a good bus driver, it seems. No, man, I'm going home. I don't want to risk anything.
So I was on vacation. We took one of these tour bus things, and it hit a car. Like it rolled over. Not bad, but it was a slow roll.
Okay.
So we had to get off the bus, and they brought another bus for us to get on to finish this tour.
Okay.
And it was the same driver. Yes. Like, I looked at my wife, I go, oh, my God, it's the same guy that just rolled over the back of this really nice BMW. But what else do you do? Like, we're sitting there like, all right.
Well,
maybe he got his one car hitting out of the way for the day.
Can we also, I think we're also failing to consider,
Right.
this bus was also probably in a car accident on the throughway.
It could have been, yeah.
Which is super scary if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in that bus. So
Sure. Yeah.
I've gone through an accident with this company. I have been abandoned for 3 hours, according to the reports. I'm going home. I don't care what the Uber
Really?
costs.
You're
I'm
just
going
give it
home.
up?
Go have vacation.
Done. There's
Because-
some RIT student who drives Uber who's about to make a whole bunch of money driving my ass an hour home.
I would hate like losing all that money and
Yeah.
not getting a vacation out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? That's better than
What?
being stuck in Utica for
What
3
if-
hours.
I was going to say, what if you were like 3 hours into your trip?
Okay, now that's a question.
So you're around near
Because-
Albany.
Yeah, I get that, like, you can turn around and go home pretty easily if you're stuck in Rochester, but like if you're,
Albany.
more towards Albany
You can smell
area,
New
or
York. Smell them boroughs. Almost
Boroughs
there,
of
baby.
Albany?
Oh, yeah. No, I said you're almost there. You can smell
gotcha.
the borough.
Okay, gotcha. I think
or
3
you
hours.
could kind of be stuck in the middle of nowhere depending on which way you're going.
I think that 3 hours is my line of demarcation. Once we've hit 3 hours, I'm just going to ride it out no
Alright.
matter what happens. But anything shorter than that,
Really?
I'm
So like 2
considering-
I wanna go
hours you're
home.
still?
Yeah,
Why don't you see a buffalo?
yeah, I guess.
Go there.
Yeah,
If I'm from Buffalo and I make it to Syracuse, I'm not turning around and going home.
I can't think of a company that could abandon me somewhere where I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I want to see what else you got up your sleeve today.
Well, the company didn't. The guy did.
Yeah, I
The
don't think
company
that's protocol.
The company hired the guy.
I understand, but every company makes mistakes.
Sure, yeah.
And you're safe. You got all your luggage. Nobody's hurt. So let's chalk that up to a little cute story we can tell when we get home.
Is this you on the phone talking to somebody who's
Yes.
calling? Where the hell's our bus coming to pick us up? All right, I'm dying to know, and I'm hoping we get a little more clarification today. What the hell happened to this driver?
Yeah.
Right? If they have been located, what actually happened on the thruway? Because there are a whole bunch of unanswered questions.
Yeah.
And did these people make it to New York City?
Yeah.
Or are they currently sitting around eating a bowl of Utica greens as we speak? All right. Look,
Yeah.
I have been in the defense of fusion, food fusion.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
You both love it.
Yeah, I mean, I do. But I do think that maybe this has gone too far.
Okay.
Because it's not food. You don't eat this,
Yeah.
but you use it to eat.
All right.
And I think the problem, Kimmy, your husband being a big beer guy,
Yeah.
beer has overtaken the world, at least America.
Okay.
And here's the thing. Not everything has to have beer in it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I guess.
So they bring it in another flavor.
It's not a flavor of beer. It's something that will now make your stuff, according to them, taste like beer.
Okay.
Oh.
And a very famous beer.
Oh.
I won't tell you what the newest collab is, bruh. Next here at the break room on CMF. They say you can't have too much of a good thing.
You got that right.
Oh, this story, I would say this proves that's wrong.
All right.
Because here's the thing. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. It's just too much.
Too much?
Now it's too much. Because I love beer.
Mhm.
Most people love beer. But beer doesn't have to be in everything. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you have not yet, we invite you.
Oh, yeah?
Well, log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube and Twitch. Our live stream is up and cranking. Check out a man in a camel hair jacket with his legs crossed and his fingers folded, trying to look like a serious broadcaster. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. And again, we ask you if you wouldn't mind liking, subscribing to our YouTube channel.
Why?
Well, because our management
What'd they
tells
say?
us, if people, why are they watching, they like and subscribe, tells us you got a good radio program.
So our boss is 80?
Yeah, man, it's radio. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Kingsford Charcoal has teamed up with Miller Lite.
Wait, the briquette.
Yep, you got it. And they have released Beer Coal.
So it's like beer-infused charcoal to make your food have a beer taste to it?
Nailed it.
Interesting.
Okay.
So
Is there other infused charcoal?
I mean, there's like different flavors you can.
Yeah, but it's usually like wood, like mesquite or something,
yeah.
not like,
Okay.
Jack Daniels briquettes.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I switched to gas against my better judgment a couple years ago, so I've been out of the charcoal game for a while.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah. I do love charcoal grill.
I hate it.
Okay, of course, because you're a bitch.
You want to make a mess and it gets soot all over everything?
It's so much better.
No,
it tastes
it's
so much better.
not.
Look, we're not going to have this debate. The bottom line is this. They say although the charcoal has notes of Miller Lite, there is no actual alcohol in the charcoal. But yeah, like you said.
They used to steam like hot dogs and beer and stuff like that. So.
But I mean, that was actual beer.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this is notes of Miller Lite.
Yeah.
I mean, who the hell even knows if it works,
Yeah.
right? But
It's just going to smell like the brewery's on fire.
here's the thing. This isn't one of those like one-off, you can only get it for an hour on their website kind of collaborations. The companies say these will be available across the U.S.
Damn.
So you may be able to go out and find your beer coal made by Kingsford and Miller Lite. All right. I don't want to sound like a traitor to my generation.
Yeah.
Because I am on record, along with Kimmy, as a big fan of fusion.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll try it. Most of the fusion stuff we've talked about, I'm like, it doesn't sound great, but I'm willing to try it.
All right, here's the thing. Not everything with beer in it is going to be a good idea.
Okay.
All right?
No?
And it kind of feels like we're forcing this one.
Yeah.
But this one kind of goes together to me, no?
Well, no, because I'm going to have a beer with my burger.
People find all different ways of cooking with beer. This
Yeah, I
is
mean,
just
I-
another one of them, in a way.
But like you said, there's
I
already...
don't think that's that odd.
I'm not saying it's odd. I'm not saying it would be bad. I'm saying this one feels forced.
Okay. I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner.
But I don't want all my food to smell like a beer.
I
Like, let's
don't
say
know
I'm
if it'll
cooking
smell like
multiple.
it.
No, let's say I'm having a party. I'm grilling out
Yeah.
multiple things. Everything's going to have that beer taste.
You know what? It's probably he grills like vegetables. Ooh, my vegetables taste like beer. I don't like it.
Well, yeah, but let's say I'm doing chicken, dogs, and burgers.
Yeah.
I'm going to chicken breast that tastes like a beer? But this doesn't sound very good to me.
I mean, like chicken's supposed to be mesquite. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Like, those
It's
go
too
hand in hand.
much.
I mean, look, it feels like we're not asking if we should.
Mhm.
We're asking if we can.
Yeah.
And that's what got all those scientists in trouble in Jurassic Park. Right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
just because you can doesn't mean you have to. And like in a situation like barbecue, right? Or cooking out or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this weekend, if you're going to go
Well,
have a
this-
cookout for Memorial Day.
Yeah, this is it.
Right? You will probably have a beer in your hand while you're eating the grilled food. So why do I need to add more beer
I agree.
on top of my beer?
Yes.
Just seems like too much. Maybe it's good. Maybe there's a time and a place. But I don't know if we need mass-produced beer charcoal briquettes. Right?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I just didn't think anybody even used that stuff anymore.
Charcoal.
Yeah.
No, there are guys that swear by it. They
I
will
know.
only use charcoal.
But even like when you go to like Lowe's or Home Depot, it's just a line of gas grills.
Okay, I know what you're trying to do right
What?
now, and I don't appreciate it.
What?
You're trying to goad me.
What?
You know what?
Charcoal is better to cook with.
No,
then why do you
it-
switch?
It tastes better because it's just easier. And I hate
I
myself
can't
for
remember
it.
the last time I saw somebody cooking on a charcoal.
That's what I'm saying,
grill.
I-
Unless like they were like at a park or something or a
Yeah,
tailgate.
And I never
situation.
understand those people that use the ones that are at the park.
Yeah.
Those rusty.
Oh, I use those all the time.
Oh my God!
Bro, it
those
cooks all the stuff
rusty,
off.
ratty-looking things.
I would use
man.
those on a regular basis when I was younger.
Yeah, they're not healthy.
Bro, you wire it off. You let the heat burn
I
off
mean, if
whatever's
you go
on
to
there.
a graduation party, it's likely
Ugh.
those are used.
Why would you not use those?
It's like eating bird ass.
What are you talking? It cooks off, man. It's heat.
I
Heat.
know, but just the thought of it, like
Okay.
everything that's made a nest in that thing, man.
Don't be a bitch. Look, if I go to a barbecue
Mm-hmm.
and I see that somebody is cooking with charcoal, I instantly believe they know what they're doing.
So I think they're broke because they couldn't afford a gas grill. I always think it's like low end, like my dad's generation, the old barbecue pit.
It's good. My dad only cooked with charcoal. Like,
Again, busted ass your dad who chinched out on everything, even his family, is now going to be serving me low end hoe chicken.
look, low-end hoe chicken.
off of his little barbecue pit.
I've never seen that at the Chinese restaurant, and I didn't know my dad had Asian flavor.
Oh no, hoe chicken was a great joint.
My only memories of charcoal.
It has to be your
grilled-
grandparents.
Well, no, it was whenever we'd go to my aunt's house, and it always took the adults like hours
Oh,
to
God.
get that thing going. So I remember like I remember being like starving when I was a kid because the food didn't come out for like 5 hours.
Okay, that's on them for not starting the grill early
And
enough.
people also
and then my dad
overdo
would
the
be
lighter
swearing.
fluid.
Yeah.
You always get that lighter fluid taste in it too.
Okay.
Hey, can I get one more carcinogen to go with this meal?
Are you being serious right now? It says man who's cooking with propane?
Listen, man, I went Blackstone. I ain't never going back.
Well, I did too, and the Blackstone's great. I love my Blackstone.
It's
But
the man.
look, I will be honest with you. When I hit that little button to start it, it does. All I hear is like bitch, bitch, bitch.
I get
bitch,
a
bitch,
boner when I turn that thing on, man.
Bitch, 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 bitch,
Yeah.
bitch. Danny writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Tommy is such a little bitch. Charcoal is the way to go.
Yeah, that's more pretty. It's the way they used to do it.
252 WCMF. We're talking about how Kingsford Charcoal and Miller Lite have gotten together for a collaboration. It's called Beer-infused charcoal. They say that it will make your food have hints of Miller Lite in it.
Ooh.
Thought maybe we took it a little too far there. Now we've gotten an argument about charcoal. You are old school.
Yeah.
You should be pro-charcoal.
Mm.
Only the best chefs cook with charcoal. Jim's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Get over yourself, guys.
What's up?
That's all I use is I use charcoal on. I use that. They have Jack Daniels got charcoal. Well, it's got Jack Daniels parts of the barrel. And then you put that on there, and you get that Jack Daniels smoke on the meat.
That sounds really healthy, man. You're going to die, Jim. How old are you, Jimmy?
What's that?
How old are you, Jimmy?
I'm going to be 50 here in 2 weeks.
You ain't going to see 60,
For
brother.
God's sakes, man.
Eating
Let the
burning
man.
barrel pits.
That's what charcoal is. It's just wood.
Yes, but it's like it's wood that was like it had another purpose.
It's wood.
It probably had like shellac and like stain on it.
It's
and you're
probably
burning
fine. It's no, they wouldn't do that. So wait, does it
it. Well,
actually?
Twitching Jim over here says
You get better, you get
enjoy your
better-
hot
you get
dogs that
better
are all over
flavor
the
with
patio.
Charcoal. Yeah.
I'm having a spasm.
Hey Jim, does it actually taste like Jack Daniels when you're done cooking it?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It doesn't taste like Jack Daniels.
I might
man.
maybe I'll go buy like a $30 charcoal grill. I want to try
Don't,
this.
man.
Shut up.
You want to be twitching Jim?
Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Jim does not like you. He does not like you at all.
Does not like his new nickname.
Twitch it, Jim. 252 WCMF. Bro, you shook the charcoal tree.
Of
Yeah,
course.
you did.
They're all coming
They come
out.
all the
Don't
burn
yell at
bums.
me. I'm just a messenger.
Burn bumps.
Yes.
Dave's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Morning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'd just like to say you could cook inside with propane, but there are warnings about cooking with charcoal inside your garage. It releases poisons, and it could kill you.
Yeah, understood.
And you're putting that stuff into your food.
Yeah, but, propane can also kill you when it explodes.
Good point.
This is true. This is true, but it also, I believe it's healthier because it's not releasing carcinogens when you're cooking.
Are we sure that propane is not a carcinogen?
Yeah.
You sure? How are we
Yeah.
sure, Dave? How are we sure?
We heat our homes. It's 90-plus efficient, just like natural
Hey,
gas.
having fun here, guys?
Hey, guys, we're having a lot of fun back there.
Good times,
but
good times.
Let's talk about the real issue.
Propane efficiency.
Which carcinogens are you heating your home with and cooking your food? So you're pure propane, Dave.
Yes.
Okay, but haven't
This
they
is
done
propane day, baby.
haven't they done studies that shows any grilled red meat also is a carcinogen?
Any cooked red meat. It's not just any grilled.
Yeah, no,
it's
that's what I
red
mean.
meat
So,
in
like, I
general
mean,
is what they're claiming.
No, I understand what they're claiming. So, like, the charcoal thing, that bothers you. The other one, they're claiming it.
Yeah, well, people have died from when the power's out, and it's cold out, bringing their
Yeah, no, I know about that.
Yeah,
inside
don't
the
do
garage
that.
and cooking.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's
I've
good
also,
advice.
I also know people that died because they ate way too much grilled red meat, Dave.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't matter where you cook it, whether it's cooked in,
I got you.
baked in the oven, cooked on a stove.
I guess my argument is, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. If you're concerned about cancer one way, why wouldn't you be concerned about cancer the other way?
Well, something's gonna get you no matter what.
Oh, it's going to get you.
That's my point, buddy. Thanks for the call, bud. Have a good rest of the day. I don't get, hey, man, when I'm grilling this red meat, I want it to be the healthiest non-carcinogen possible. Man, this guy, look, all of a sudden, we were having fun with Twitchy Jim.
Were we? Twitch and Jim didn't seem to be having much fun.
Yeah, well, he's on the floor right now.
All right, 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Bill's got the last word. Hey, Billy boy, how are you?
Hey, guys, pretty good. You were talking about beer-infused charcoal. Well, do a little thing out here in Ontario. I have beer-infused ice cream.
Oh.
I think you're too far, Bill. I
would try it, though. I'd try
That works on the
beer-infused
grill?
ice cream.
Not on the grill, Tommy. Come on.
Tommy, come on, Tommy. We're having fun. But he's trying to talk beer-infused ice cream here.
I'm sorry. It's so confusing.
But, yeah, so I've done a number of different ice creams using craft beer from throughout New York State. And right now, a little plug. We have
That started about a minute ago.
A maple bourbon stout, a Scotch ale, and a bananas Foster ice cream.
Damn.
They're all non-alcoholic.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come out to Ontario, give it a shot.
All right, where can I find the Bananas Foster non-alcoholic ice cream?
We're at Ritchie's Market in Ontario on Lake Road.
Oh, is that the
Ontario.
Amish joint?
No, we're not. Nope, we're just down the road from Hedges.
All right, there you go. Bill, thanks for the call, buddy.
Out that way.
Out that way. You go
Out that way.
Out that way.
You know where where Chinsy's used to be?
Well,
Sports bar.
You know who got a part-time job out there?
Who's that?
Doing the flailing arms?
Who's that?
Twitchy Jim. Twitchy Jim. I'm sorry, Jim. You're a nice guy. It's just such a good nickname.
Is he? I don't know.
We had no choice. All right, we got tickets to go see Back to the Future. It's coming to the Auditorium Theater.
Yeah.
So sit tight on that. We'll get you those in just a little while. But before we get there, there are ways to know if you are getting old.
Okay.
Your body will tell you.
All right.
All of a sudden, you don't like modern pop culture. That can tell you.
Yeah, sure.
But here's the thing. If you keep yourself in really good shape and keep yourself plugged into pop culture,
All right.
you can push that off.
All right.
People won't know you're old.
Mm.
There is one thing, however, you cannot run away from.
Oh, no.
And it turns out that if you're over the age of 25, 30 years old,
Yeah.
you are now officially old because of what people call you.
How they refer to me?
We'll get into it
All right.
next here at the break room. On CMF. You want to damn it! If you want to know someone's age, well, it's all in the name.
All right.
With almost pinpoint accuracy, someone's name will tell you what generation they grew up in.
Oh.
Or at least that's how it used to be. Because some new information is revealed. At least around here, the name you have now is old as crap. And the name your grandparents had, it's back, baby.
So we're bringing them back around.
Yep, and the ones that I'll get to it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, Back to the Future is coming to the West Her Auditorium Theater June 19th, like the stage performance, right? You get to go see all that stuff like in person.
Yeah.
Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We have tickets to give you. If I were you, don't call.
What do I do?
Don't call now.
All right.
But I would wait a little while longer.
Okay, all right.
Wink.
Well, you can wink at Broadway. Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's Back to the Future.
I think it was on Broadway.
I don't think, was it on Broadway?
Usually these shows have been on Broadway.
Okay, well, when you go to the show, you can say, hey, excuse me.
Were you on Broadway?
Don't yell during the show. You get thrown out, unless it's Tommy's show, in which case they thank you for it. Get off the stick. Do the Macarena.
Oh, my dad's there?
We'll get you those tickets to Back to the Future in just a little while here on the break room, in the break room on CMF. I have in front of us the names of the most popular baby names. All right, I'm going to start this over.
So these are new baby names that are coming out right now.
These are
fresh out of the baby.
The most popular baby names
fresh out of your mama.
For the state of New York last year. And something has changed. What's old is new again.
So we getting these mostly ladies or men?
I got top five girl, top five boy.
All
right, top five girls are, you ready?
All right.
Mia, Emma, Sophia, Olivia, Isabella.
I will say they are pretty old lady names.
Yes, they are. No Agnes.
Yeah, no Blanche.
It's Lamb.
Is that how you have to say it, too?
You do have to say Agnes or Blanche.
Or Gertrude.
But here's the thing, like Mia, Emma, Sophia, Olivia, Isabella, they all fit better in a Dickens novel than like a daycare. And the guys' names aren't that far off
Are
either.
they old school blunt names?
I'll let you decide.
All right.
Liam, Noah, Lucas, Ethan, Joseph.
Joseph is the only one that sounds to me, because I'm thinking Joe. I can't think of the last time I met a Joe or a Fred.
Okay, Fred.
Like he goes by Fred.
Yeah,
I was
I
like
know
a
what
young. I've never met a young Fred.
I can't even think of like a famous young Fred.
Right.
Right? Look, the bottom line is this. For kids born in the last decade, traditional names have roared back.
Well, you did it with your kids.
Yeah, I got a Stella and a Claire.
Those are old lady names.
It's funny, like they were old lady names until just recently.
Yeah.
Right? Are these grandparent names coming back around because people fell in love with them? Or, Kimmy, is there something we're missing? Is there something in pop culture where these old lady names are all of a sudden becoming popular again?
Well, I'm wondering if because in like the last decade or so, people have, with things like Ancestry.com and, all the genetic testing, stuff like that, if people are now seeing names that were in their family tree in the past because they could do more research and they see names that they like and they feel more connected to those names.
That's a good theory. That's a really good theory.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Tommy, people may be listening right now and thinking, great, but I'm not having a kid. This doesn't affect me in any way.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
And here's where you're wrong.
What?
Bad news for millennials and Gen Xers. You now have old people.
Yeah, we do.
Oh.
So they asked a bunch of Gen Alpha kids, those are kids in like middle and high school right now,
Yeah.
to name old people names.
Okay.
And the most common answer these kids gave for women, are you ready? Ashley, Amanda, Jessica, Stephanie, Jennifer, Amy, and Kelly.
Wow. Those are all old lady names.
Those
now?
are old lady names
Oh.
according to middle and high school kids now. And for men, here's where it gets interesting.
Can I take a shot?
Go ahead.
Jake.
Okay. There wasn't really a consensus
Oh.
among the kids because guys' names, despite the info we just gave you, kind of stay the same. You brought up James.
Or Jake.
Okay, I don't have a Jake.
All right.
The names James, Michael, John, Robert, and David, although less popular than they used to be, are still fairly common.
Yeah, I've still seen people or younger kids with those names.
The names that have taken statistically the biggest old man hit,
All
right? Zach, Kyle, Doug, and Jeremy. Sorry, buddy. I know you're listening.
Yeah. But those are all names we make fun of.
Yes. Well, no, Kyle I always thought was a younger
Kyle.
guy. That's why we say it like that.
Kyle.
Here comes Kyle, but it turns out it should be Kyle. It's Kyle here, and I'm calling the water department.
So I knew so many couples that named the big names were when I moved up here was Jake and Abby.
Okay.
I knew so many people that had kids by that name.
Yeah, I know a bunch of Abby's my age.
Yeah.
I know a couple of Jakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think what we now have to reckon with,
Mm-hmm.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Are you 30 and 40-somethings ready to live the rest of your life with an old man or an old woman name? Because, Kimmy, you just recently had this realization.
Yeah, so we had an intern in the building briefly, and she, I believe, is like around high school age. And she came in here when you called me Kimmy. She goes, "Your name's Kimmy?" And I said, "Yeah." And the only place she had heard the name Kimmy was some, I guess, F1 driver or something.
Oh,
that
yeah, she brought
had heard
it up.
it.
Yeah.
But, like, it was, like, weird to her that my name was Kimmy. Like, she obviously didn't know any other Kimmys,
Wow.
you know?
Which, to me, is
It's
a young...
It's a young common name.
When I think, if you go through these lists, whether it's Kimmy, Ashley, Jessica, Stephanie, I think like 10-year-old girls or girls I went to high school with. What the hell happened?
So is Brittany an old lady name now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And that was like a real...
I'd be careful.
No,
I
but
know
that-
where you're going. I'd watch it.
What?
Because Britney Spears, you were in your 40s. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What?
Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Go ahead. No, what are you going to say? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, that was a young girl's name.
Yeah, it was.
Because of her.
Uh-huh.
Same way with Tiffany.
Yeah, Tiffany's definitely an old lady name now.
Yeah, and she was like a mall singer, right?
She was a mall
singer.
Which
is a mall singer, I believe.
Her big hit, I'm a
Mall
mall
singer.
singer, Twitchy Jimmy in the corner.
Everybody's doing the Twitch and Jimmy. Grab your hot dogs and throw them on the floor.
Tiffany is so old
Yeah.
that Kimmy was not born when she was
Wow.
popular. Not even when she came out. By the time Kimmy was born,
When she was done?
it was over. 88. You were born in 88?
89.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
God. Man,
You old.
I know.
Old ass bitch.
So what's my name? My name's got to be ancient.
Well, you do have a
Tommy?
name, though, that's stuck around. A Tom?
Yeah.
Thomas?
It seems
I
like
think that's one. Tom, John, all like Matthew, maybe. I
here's
don't
why.
know.
It seems like for men, bibiblical names never
Yeah,
go out of
you're
style.
right, you're
Mark,
right.
Matthew, Luke, John, Thomas.
Wait, there ain't
Paul,
no Tommy, though.
Thomas.
Thomas who?
Thomas.
Who's Thomas in the Bible?
Doubting Tom. There's a thousand
Wait,
Thomases.
Doubting Thomas is from the Bible?
Yeah, what did you think that was from?
I thought it was like some kind of performer.
You're kidding.
Come on, see Doubting Thomas. You didn't believe a goddamn thing. Also, we got Twitch and Jimmy.
252 WCMF.
Come bring your hot dogs and throw them at him.
252-9263. We have the top 10 names, 5 for girls, 5 for boys, in New York State in the last year. And all of them are now older names. Mia, Emma, Sophia, Olivia, Isabella for girls, Liam, Noah, Lucas, Ethan, Joseph for boys. And it turns out that you millennials and Gen Xers that feel young and vibrant, 30's the new 20, man. You got old-ass names. Ashley, Amanda, Jessica, Stephanie, Jennifer, Amy, Kelly, Zach, Kyle, Doug, Jeremy.
Doug.
All rated by middle and high school kids today as old people names.
I mean, I would imagine, like, my parents just named me Kim. They just left it at Kim. That's on my birth certificate. But I would imagine, like, Kimberly. There can't be any Kimberlys anymore.
No, not in this building.
Like,
Run out of the state.
Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. And, like, here's the thing. You having an old person name is not something you think about until it happens.
Yeah.
Because your name is really the last line of defense for your youth. Because, like, if you were young and had a cool-ass name, you felt young and cool. And if there was someone in pop culture, movie, TV character, famous musician, athlete that shared your name, you were all set.
Yeah.
But when those actors aren't popular anymore,
Or they're dead.
when those athletes start to retire, when those musicians no longer have hits,
Everybody grays out.
you got old. Yo ass old. Tommy Dorsey ain't doing it for you anymore, buddy.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
Wa-na-na-na. Remember he toured with Tiffany and Twitch and Jim?
you also run the risk of those names looking bad the longer that time goes.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if that person you were named after was wildly popular at the time and then they do something horrible, like, that name's definitely not coming around again for a while.
Yeah, but there's only one I can think of. Like, there weren't many people that named their kid Orenthal James.
No,
You know
sure.
what I mean?
There is one culture that just hangs on to the same names, and they just rotate them around. And that's Italians.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Italians just hold on to those names,
Yeah,
man.
Dominic's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Angelo. Yeah, all those.
Well, I
names.
think Angelo might be an old man's
Anthony.
name now. I have noticed something. First of all, he said it wrong.
Yeah. Anthony.
Thank you. My kids go to Aquinas, which is like it's the mothership for Italian people.
Right.
And like my daughter will come home and like tell me about kids she goes to school with,
Yeah.
and like she'll refer to them by name, like Vincenzo
Yeah.
or Enzo. Like even those are going like we're getting off the boat to make a new life in America.
Yeah.
But those
type names.
names
Probably
will
goes
always
by-
be around.
yeah.
I never knew a Vincenzo.
No, but you knew a Vinny.
I know,
Yeah.
but they never called themselves Vincenzo.
Well,
These-
that
Right,
makes
right,
them think
right,
they're
right.
fancy
Yeah.
too, though.
What does that mean?
That makes them think they're rich. When a
that's
kid refers to
or it's a
himself
f-
as
when they refer-
Gaetano or Vincenzo, they're trying to act cool.
I don't know. Maybe
Like
they're
I'm from the old
Or
country.
they're telling
I'm with
you
the-
their name.
I'm with the real people.
maybe they're just giving the honor
Yeah.
to the people.
Or their parents are dicks.
Because, well, if you're a Gaetano and you say, I'm Guy, the first question somebody's going to ask you is, what is that short for? So you might as well get ahead of it by just
All
saying your full
Gaetanos
name.
only go by Gaetano.
Yeah, I've never met a Gaetano.
They don't
with
go
short
by
name.
Guy, and they hate when you call them Guy.
You know, going down the whole Italian road, the
Yeah.
weird thing I've noticed recently, when I was in school, I'm not making this up, I went to high school with 3 Giuseppes,
Wow.
right? And they all made shoes. No, but when the Giuseppes I knew in high school, they all went by Joe.
Yeah.
My kids know a couple Giuseppes. They all go by Giuseppe.
Yeah, they're sticking to the old school.
Yeah. So, I mean, even the idea of like what your nickname is has changed based on old school news.
But a lot of the old parents didn't want you to use your Italian name. They wanted you to Americanize it
No,
so
I
you
hear
wouldn't
you.
get picked on.
I hear you. Like in 2004,
No,
all
but
that anti-Italian immigrant
To
sentiment.
this day, we're still being
Shut up.
persecuted in this country.
Shut up.
And, nobody speaks up for our people.
All of the Joes I hung out with that were actually Giuseppe's had Goodfellas posters hanging in their finished basements. I think they were over it, man. So the weird thing here,
What's that?
right? When you look at these new kid names that all come from the past, who decided we were all going to go backwards? Because it's not like parents over
Who
the last.
started the trend?
Well, yeah, because like over the last 10 years, it's not like every parent in America got together and decided like we're going back to the 19th century. But for some reason, as a nation, we collectively made a decision on our own, independently, that was something we were going to do.
Oh.
Like my wife and I thought when we named our girls Claire and Stella that they would be super unique, and I never.
So did she research it like in a book or something, or did they always
No.
just stuck in her head?
It just came out like we
Oh.
were talking about names and we liked them. We just like Stella and Claire.
Yeah.
Right now, my daughters go to school and play sports with 1 billion Stella and
Oh,
Claires.
really?
Yes. Like my daughter's name is Stella. My daughter Claire's best friend's name is Stella. My daughter plays hockey with like 2 other Stellas in the program there. There's like 4
Oh, the
Claires.
Stella line.
It's insane. And we
Yeah.
didn't like talk to anybody about
Yeah,
it.
it is weird.
It just happened.
It must be something y'all saw.
Well,
They must have saw
Claire's-
something in a movie or something.
Claire's was like a wildly popular. I don't even know what to call it. Like little trinket shop when
Kitty
I
jewelry
was when
store?
I was growing up. So
Like,
maybe
wait.
that's what kind of sparked that.
All
name.
of the women your age named their kids after
A mall store.
what was Cinnabon not appropriate.
Tiffany was
I'm
right
just
there
saying.
singing
Top of mind.
with Tommy Dorsey.
I don't know if we should be excited for this or this is something we're all going to regret
Whatever.
happening immediately. This week, the Buffalo Bills Hallmark movie starts shooting
Oh,
in Orchard Park.
how cool.
And we now know
Yeah.
the stars of this movie.
Oh,
So first of all, we know who the actual like actor star is going to be.
are they big?
A man who was at one point a household name in America.
Okay.
A man I think you love.
All right.
I think you have a soft
Oh.
spot for this man.
I can't
and
wait
here's
to
the
hear.
thing. He's either going to be really good or really bad, but it's going to be
All
great.
right.
We
Well, you
al-
can't be bad at a Hallmark movie. It's impossible.
We also know which Bills
Okay.
will be starring in this movie.
Well, there was one that was being speculated.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
All right.
But there is one that stands out
Ooh.
that why would you want to do this? Why would you want to be a part of this with the history this guy has?
Oh, so you think this is a bad choice?
Look, I'm glad he's doing it. I don't know why, because there's only one reason you'd be in this movie.
Oh.
We'll get into it next, but before we do, time to go back to the future.
How?
8th caller right now, 252-WCMF. We got a pair of tickets to see Back to the Future on stage at the West Her Auditorium Theater, June 17th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. But you, yes, you.
May you?
No, not you. Everyone's listening.
Everybody else.
You.
All the other yous.
The other yous.
Yeah.
The Giancano's and the Giuseppes and all them. 252-WCMF. 8th caller. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. It's a Bill's movie star.
Wow.
Extravaganza. Next on CMF. Being an NFL player, that's pretty damn cool.
Oh, yeah.
But getting to be a movie star, too?
Wow.
It's what a handful of Bills players and alum are going to have the opportunity to do starting this week. And we now know which of our favorite Bills will be making their screen debut.
How cool is this?
With the Hallmark.
You said alum, too. Huh?
Yeah, and we'll get to that.
Oh.
Some of these make sense. Some of them don't. But one stands out for all the wrong reasons.
You don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it. I'm just surprised he would do it.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Couple of things. Where they whining? About half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Set your phone alarm. Be ready to come back. Where they whining? Just after 9 o'clock. Also, we have our winner for the Back to the Future tickets at the Auditorium Theater. Kimmy, who's going?
Dan.
And Dan at Back to the Future. Danny McFly, as you said yesterday. We will have more Back to the Future tickets for you tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. So we all know the Bills will be the featured team in this year's NFL Hallmark movie. We also now have the movie's actual actor star. Big Hollywood name.
All right.
Big Hollywood name is going to lead this movie. You ready?
Damn.
Tony Danza.
Really?
Tony Danza?
He's impressed by Tony Danza.
I love Tony Danza.
Angela.
He's a great actor, man.
Angela.
And he's perfect.
He's a great actor?
What was
Yes.
the
He's
last
not a
thing he
great
did?
actor.
You don't think Taxi was one of the greatest sitcoms of maybe all time?
Oh, no. I'm not saying he wasn't in great stuff. I'm saying that Tony Danza is only Tony Danza.
Yes, but
You
nobody
don't
can
see
do
him play-
Tony like Tony.
You don't see him do it like King Lear.
No.
Angela, I got a skull in my hand. Angela, it's somebody's skull. Nobody's getting that joke, by the way.
I'm excited, man.
What was the last thing he was in?
Does
he do other Hallmark movies? Like, is he in the Hallmark
So
world?
Who are you asking?
So he does tour the country as a crooner.
reading
He
it.
does like old Sinatra standards with a jazz band.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Tony Danza will be starring in this Hallmark movie.
I'm in.
So the movie currently titled Holiday Touchdown, A Bill's Love Story,
All right.
is going to have way more Bills faces in it than the Chiefs had for their movie last year. So we have the list of players that'll be appearing.
All right.
Tommy, I want you to take a shot at the most popular Bill who will be in this cast. You want to take a shot?
Well, DeMar Hamlin.
Okay, you nailed it. We knew he was.
That was kind of rumored.
Yep.
And you did call that, yeah.
Yeah, so Hamlin is in it. He will be joined by tight end Dawson Knox, offensive lineman Deion Dawkins, long snapper Reed Ferguson.
Dawkins will be funny.
He's going to be good. Backup running back Ray Davis, D lineman Dwayne Carter, and brand new wide receiver Josh Palmer. Question. Josh Palmer gets to be in the Bills movie? Hasn't even played a snap for the Bills yet.
Is he handsome?
Maybe it's a...
Well, they're all handsome.
Okay.
You don't get to be...
that is kind of funny, right?
Right? I mean, like, God bless him
We
and
don't
everything.
really know how you're going to work out here.
Yeah,
right?
like, God forbid, like, you know, like you have that season doesn't go well, and now you're in this movie at the end of the year. And you can't have your team, you can't have a movie with your team without their leader.
Okay. Well, he's not going to be in it.
Who?
Josh?
No. Head coach Sean McDermott is going to appear in the Hallmark movie. Is that surprising?
Well, no. I mean, I'm guessing it's pretty brief.
He is very Hallmark.
Yeah. Maybe somebody eats his donut.
Oh.
That's an inside joke for us. That's not for America.
We talked about it.
No, I know. For Western New York.
My bad.
I'm just saying.
Well, I just figured he would be in it because Andy Reid was in the Kansas City one. So
And it was a missing donut.
you got to throw the coach in there.
Okay, but he McDermott is also like all business all the
Yeah.
time.
Yes.
I'm kind of surprised.
I mean, how many takes do you think it's gonna? He may only have like 1 or 2 lines. I wonder how many takes it takes because he's such a perfectionist.
He does seem like a guy who will
Yeah.
get frustrated.
No,
if
I don't like it. I got to do it again. I'm not in character.
But it's not just current Bills that will be in this movie.
You said alum.
Bills legends, Pro Football Hall of Famers,
Great Hall of Fame.
Jim Kelly,
He's going to be in it.
Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed.
That's
usuals.
huge.
Yeah.
Bruce Smith apparently not available. He's not in the movie.
Oh.
They will be joined by should-be Hall of Famer Steve Tasker.
Okay.
And what might be the most surprising inclusion, Scott Norwood.
Oh.
That is an interesting one to throw in there.
So because
he doesn't live, all those guys.
he lives in Virginia.
Yeah, I was gonna say all those guys live in Buffalo, right?
Andre
For the
Reed, I
most
don't know if
part?
he moved back, but he's
Oh.
here a lot.
I know he's seen around a lot. but-
Okay, so now to make you two feel old, we
Yeah.
have to do this.
Okay.
For those not damaged by Bills fandom or too young to know, Scott Norwood is the Bills kicker who missed the potentially game-winning field goal against the Giants in Super Bowl 25 in Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
All that footage you see of the kick sailing outside of the goalpost, I'm not saying it, that's Scott Norwood.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Scott Norwood for a second?
Okay.
All right. So he is still beloved in Western New York.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got a standing ovation just days after he missed that kick in 1991 at that pep rally. But if you've seen or read any interview that Scott Norwood has done in the last decade, he had a very hard time
Oh, yeah.
after that all went down.
Yeah, he was
Mentally,
in
yes.
that Four Falls of Buffalo.
yeah.
Like they
He's-
did feature him in there, and he talks about it.
And it lasted for years.
yeah.
It's surprising he's a part of this, right?
Well, is that the storyline?
Well, the only reason you would
It
want
would have to
him-
be. This is what it's going to come down to.
I mean, look,
Yeah, it
whether
seems like you'd have to go out of your because, like I said, all those other guys make sense. They all kind of like stuck around Buffalo, a part of the community. Like you kind of had to go out of your way to
And their
find
names.
him. So
Yeah.
I wonder what the reason was.
well, no, there's one reason. The only
It's
reason,
the storyline of what it's going to come down to.
or they
think?
reference him in some
the
way.
miracle kick.
Yes,
Oh
like
no.
Because he's going to be in it, you said.
yes, he's in the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
So like, it's a walk-on in a film for the worst night of your life.
Yeah.
That is now reintroducing you to a brand new generation
Yes.
as that guy.
As your failure.
And like, look, I'm really happy that Scott Norwood has it in him to do this
Yeah.
movie. I'm just very surprised based on what we have heard from his mouth that he was like, yes, I would like to do it.
Yeah. Well, good for him. Maybe he's rebounded,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
He's made the adjustments.
So he does now do autograph shows.
Yeah.
Like, like where they'll pay guys to sit down and sign.
Yeah.
And he'll sign the photo. I've seen it.
Oh, really? Well, also, guy's got to eat.
I know, but like,
I don't think he never got paid that much to be a kicker on the Bills.
no,
right,
I mean,
back
he
then?
got there right before
Yeah,
all
the big money showed up.
But
so
here's the thing, man.
Right.
Like, could you imagine? I want you to think of the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
I'm doing it right now. You want
Not
my
only-
autograph?
Think about the worst thing that's happened to you that's happened to everybody. Like everybody
Affected
knows
everybody.
about
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Okay. And for the rest of your life,
Yeah.
you can get paid, but you have to keep having this still shot of that moment in front of you while you sign your name
It's
over
the
and
deal
over again.
with the devil, yeah.
Is there ever a point in your life where you laugh about it? Ever?
Oh, there's got to be. I mean, if you come to terms with it, you have to.
The way he's talked, I don't know, man.
I mean, but maybe, busting balls with those guys when they get back together.
I would.
I don't know how often they get back together.
I've never seen Scott Norwood in Buffalo.
Oh, really?
Like, they have the
Oh.
alumni back all the time.
But you said he does those signings, right?
He does the signings, yes.
Like the ones they have like at Batavia?
So I don't know if he's been to the one in Batavia Downs.
But other ones.
Because he can only do them in Buffalo, really, right?
Oh, no. I mean, you
No.
forget.
I mean, people would know who he is here more
You
than
could
anyplace
do
else.
him in
I
New
think
Jersey and
people-
New York,
yeah.
too.
Oh, true, yeah.
I mean, look.
Like a thank you.
Yes, like Bill Buckner signs
Yes.
a lot of
Yeah.
Mets fans' memorabilia.
And he did a whole set on a comedy series as Bill Buckner being that guy. And he kind of came to terms with it. And
Sure.
that was a huge one.
But don't forget Bill Buckner, and for those, God, we got to do this again. God, I
Yeah.
feel old. Bill Buckner is the Boston Red Sox first baseman that let the shutout that would have won the Red Sox a World Series roll through his legs.
Let the Mets out.
86 Mets, yeah, they came back. Bill Buckner also, let's not forget, had a fruitful career after that moment.
Oh, okay.
Scott Norwood played, I think,
Yeah.
another season, and then
Kind
his
of disappeared.
it was
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Like that ended his career,
Wow.
essentially. 252 WCMF, we're talking about the Bills Hallmark movie. We now know which Bills are going to be in it, joined by Tony Danza.
And that'll help him get through this because Tony is that kind of guy who's so inspirational. He makes you feel good.
He will be joined by DeMar Hamlin, Dawson Knox, Deion Dawkins, Reed Ferguson, Ray Davis, Dwayne Carter, Josh Palmer. Sean McDermott will be in the movie. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Steve Tasker, and Scott Norwood. Norwood being in this film,
Yeah.
and I'm going to call it a film from now on
All right.
because we're classy,
Yeah.
may confirm my biggest personal fear.
Of what?
The Bills are going to win the Super Bowl at the end of this movie. And that's Jinx Central.
Oh. Well, how did the Kansas City one?
I didn't see
It
it.
doesn't matter, but they already won it
Oh, yeah,
anyway.
they won,
So it's
yeah.
not like, it's something that they were dying for.
I
at
bet
the
you they
time.
don't win the Super Bowl.
They're
They
gonna
get. I think they build up to it and then they kind of leave it as a open end.
You would not have the guy who missed a potentially game-winning field goal to win a Super Bowl in the movie if they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Or make reference to it in some way.
They're going to win the Super Bowl. And why are we doing this to ourselves, guys? Bills fans, Bills Mafia. Like the movie idea, I guess it's fun and cute, whatever.
Yeah.
But this year you have a roster built for legitimate success. The Bills are favored to win every game they play this year on their 17-game schedule. The schedule lines up. It's the last year in the old stadium. Like all of the good karma is falling down upon us as
Oh.
Bills fans. The angels are singing.
Look at that.
And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this with a movie.
Here's how it's going to end. They're all gonna. It's going to end great.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to show you them winning the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It's Hallmark. They'll build up to it, and then they'll just let it fade out. And the last scene will be all of those guys sitting at a dinner at a Chinese restaurant owned by a white guy named Andy.
I don't know how the
Because this is going to be the first Hallmark movie that has minorities in it.
I'm trying to find out how the
Like, there ain't a brother in that town, man.
No, man, you're right. Every Hallmark movie
is white folk.
It's white. The movie.
Oh, it's the PGA Masters in 1955.
I'm trying to figure out how the Kansas City movie ended, because if that ends with the Super Bowl win, like they'd have to take it in a different direction for the Bills movie.
No,
right?
but it's like you said, they already won the Super Bowl, so you wouldn't have to end the movie that way. I just don't know why you would include Scott Norwood.
Wait, maybe it happens again and it gets really dark.
Oh, so
Oh no, not again.
so the Kansas City one centers around a Christmas Day game, so it's not the Super Bowl.
Because usually there's got to be a romance in there.
Yeah,
Tony
yeah.
Danza
Yeah.
hooks up, baby.
And
So-
Santa's in the crowd.
We know there's a romance in this movie. We
Yeah.
know that there's going to be something involving a hospital
and
because they
it's-
were casting like nurses and doctors.
Yeah.
Who are the chicks? Who's the lead chick?
I had it in front of me. It's no one I was familiar
Oh.
with. It was also somebody from like 80s. Hold on, let me pull it up
All
right
right.
here. All right, Tony Danza, holiday touchdown, a Bill's love story. Joining. Damn it, I don't want any pharmaceutical pop-ups. All right,
Well, you clicked on Tony Danza.
that's really why it happened. Okay. The film will also joining fellow 80s sitcom star Tracy Pollan, known for playing Ellen Reed, Alex P. Keaton's love interest on Family Time.
Okay.
She is Michael J. Fox's wife.
Oh.
So maybe we get a Fox sighting in Western New York.
Okay. All right.
Rounding out the cast are Holland Roden, who was in Teen Wolf, Matthew Daddario, who was in Shadowhunters. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Caroline Aaron, who was in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Steve Schirripa from The Sopranos,
Oh, yeah.
and Broadway star Patty Murin.
So that's two heavyweight Italians in this.
Yeah. So maybe it's centered around like an Italian restaurant just
Okay.
down the street from.
Owned by a guy named Chuck. Yeah, Chuck Smith, man. Great rice balls.
All right, let's take a break. You know, everyone's excited for this movie.
Well, Tony Danza's in town,
Look,
man.
it's bringing people to shut. Did you hear what you just said?
I am thrilled.
Tony Danza's in town.
Yeah.
It's 2025. Angela. This movie is bringing people together.
Yeah.
We found out yesterday that one very famous band will never play together ever again.
They're done.
They're done, and it's because of an incident that everyone got to witness live on stage.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. It's the end of the road for this band. And what's funny about this band is it's a legendary band. They've had a couple of hits.
Okay.
And if you're a music fan, you know them and you probably love them. But outside of that, I don't know how name brand recognition this band is anymore. Yet, you will never see them perform live or record new music ever again.
They're done.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Where They Whining coming up in just a little while. Get your brains ready. Get flexing.
I'm ready.
All right, Where They Whining, just after 9 o'clock here on CMF. It was like 2 or 3 months ago that we saw the video of the members of Jane's Addiction get in a fight live on stage.
And we were talking the band members.
Yes. Dave Navarro, guitarist, and Perry Farrell, the lead man. Perry Farrell, for some reason, got annoyed with the level of Dave Navarro's guitar, confronted him. Navarro didn't know that he was being serious, was like trying to like mime with him on the stage. Farrell gets in his face. There's a shoving match, and folks behind the stage have to break in and keep Farrell from. He threw a punch and missed.
Yeah.
So nobody has given a public statement, or at least a public interview, since that happened. Dave Navarro, the guitarist, has come out. He was asked if the band will ever play together again, and he has said no.
They're done.
The onstage fight has destroyed the band.
All right.
So apparently Navarro contracted long COVID a couple of years ago, and he was in a really bad way. He was doing all he could to get through that tour while, like, in pain, and he said this was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Perry Farrell, for his point, he said he came out and did apologize.
For attacking his bandmate.
Yes, quote, "This weekend has been incredibly difficult. After having time and space to reflect, it's only right that I apologize to my bandmates, especially Dave Navarro, fans, family, and friends for my action during Friday's show." He added, "Unfortunately, my breaking point resulted in inexcusable behavior. I take full accountability for how I chose to handle the situation." All right. It's fair on Navarro's part to not want to ever play with Jane's Addiction again.
Yeah. I mean, you got to assault it at work.
Okay. Can you think of a band that had an onstage fight that went on and continued to tour?
I thought the Stones had issues on stage before.
Like an onstage fist
maybe
fight?
Maybe not on stage, maybe backstage.
I'm sure there are a lot of bands that have fought backstage, right? Or
the
Eagles
did.
off the stage because, we hear about those dynamics all the time. But, the ones that are on stage are the ones that stick out in your head.
Because, you think of, the most famous instances, and I can't think of a single, even the Sex Pistols, for God's sakes, that were, the most dangerous band in the world.
Yeah.
They got in an argument on stage. It got a little bit physical. That was the last show they ever played.
Right,
I can't think of a single band that's been able to overcome, unless I'm wrong, 252 WCMF, that got into a fist fight on stage, and then down the road you saw them playing together.
Yeah, we're all happy again.
It is weird how, to Kimmy's point, there are physical altercations backstage. The bands can go on. But it's something about when other people see it.
Yeah, then when you drop your pants on stage, basically.
But, it's still the same kind of anger, whether I'm swinging at you in the wings or I'm swinging at you at center stage. I still had the same kind of anger.
Right.
What's
now
the
the
difference?
audience is seeing it. It's more exposure.
But those stories also end up getting out.
Yeah, but you saw it. You know what I mean? Now you could see the whole action.
Okay.
Maybe that's it.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Because the fantasy is these guys all love each other. They party, and they don't even try at this. It's just they're just having a great time.
No, but see, I'm going to disagree with you there because
you go right ahead.
I do think you love the Stones.
You talking to me? What?
You like Mick and Keith because they're not friends.
They haven't been friends in 50 years.
And they openly say this in interviews, right? So, any illusions that they're having fun, being together up there, do not exist
But if
anymore.
I saw them really wallop each other, it'd be the funniest fight, man.
What do you think that would sound like?
Backstage slut.
Talking to Keith?
No, he always gets the last word.
All right. Do we have any instances of bands in onstage fights that kept playing together?
I can't find. Well, the
bands
first
that
one
matter.
that keeps popping up, I think, is Jane's Addiction, just because it was recently in the news.
Okay.
What he said, so I haven't found one yet that got back together after something like that.
And Jane's Addiction is a strange band because they had hits in the 80s, they had hits in the early 90s, right? But they're not like a household name band. Do they have enough money to not play anymore?
No, they could not.
Okay, so you're familiar with Dave Navarro, the guitarist.
Yes, but he's been in other things.
Yeah, so he's 57. He's actually played on some of the biggest songs in like music history. He was the guitarist on Alanis Morissette's big debut album. So he's making residuals off of that. He was in the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He's been with Jane's Addiction since '86, so I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Everybody else?
Yeah, they probably need this money.
Like Flea was in that band, but I don't think he's in there anymore.
Right. But these guys probably were hoping that the store was going to work, man, so they could eat this summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's anything left for Jane's Addiction to do as a band. It seemed like a nostalgic tour.
Right.
Right? So,
but at least, you're not on welfare.
Yeah, yet.
Ooh.
I don't know.
The welfare tour.
Paul writes,
Yeah.
we had asked bands that got in fistfights on stage. But he says, didn't the guys who write Wonderwall get into fights all the time? Oasis.
Yeah,
But
they didn't get back together. Though,
They're about to go on a tour.
But did they actually come to
But it took
blows? Yeah, I
years.
guess they did.
And I don't know if it was on stage, though.
Yeah, true.
The breaking point for that band, it's one of the funniest stories, was Liam and Noel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I forget which one's the lead singer.
The one with the thick accent.
So they were doing a show, and I think it was a television
Yeah.
film show. And the lead singer, brother, one of the Gallaghers, said his voice hurt. I can't perform. So the other one, who wasn't as good a singer, had to play and sing at the same time. And it did not go well.
Great.
And the guy who was the singer that said he was too sick to perform heckled his brother from the balcony. He heckled his
man.
brother, who knew he wasn't
Yeah.
as good, because he couldn't perform.
That's a dick.
By the way, those tickets for that Oasis show are
It's got to be sold out.
unbelievably expensive.
People have been waiting for this band to get back together for a while.
Both brothers have gone on record as saying this is the only time they're going to do it.
Yeah.
They
So
still
it's
hate each other.
But they're going to
Already.
make so much money.
That's if they get through it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
a
would
good
be
point.
worried that they don't even make the full tour. If
Well,
it's
they're
that
getting kind of
bad.
old now, too, so.
What are they in their 40s?
Yeah, but if you
Gotta be in their
hold a
50s.
grudge for that long, I don't know if there's any saving that relationship.
Especially when you're related. I mean, they're brothers.
Yeah.
Man, they were the biggest thing in the world.
Flamed out fast.
Seriously. Like,
Yeah.
think all the money they left on the table.
Okay. And those were poor kids, man.
Okay, are you just assuming that?
No, they came up from like like a rough area like Manchester.
They came up in a Ruffa?
Ruffa.
Oh, that was when they did those remixes to the Oasis song?
Ruffa.
It's a wonder, waka waka
Waka,
wah, wonder, waka waka wah. Manchester.
Yeah.
But it said they grew up in a very affluent part of Manchester.
I don't think there is.
I just made that up. Okay, let's take a break.
All right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's about that time. Did we have a winner last week? I'm not remembering.
Yeah, I think we did.
I think did Marty win last week, or was that the week before?
You're the commissioner.
I thought somebody won last.
Somebody did win.
Pretty
but
sure it was Marty.
No, it was everyone the guy we always hate.
No, it was Marty.
Are
It was
we
the
sure?
last name on the board because he always gets in super.
You're right,
early,
and then he got put on delay,
and this
then
was
he
like
won
his
anyway.
first win.
You're
so
right.
Marty, you're last. This
All
week.
right, so if Marty scrounges himself up, he is
Yeah.
going last based on the rules that you voted for. Everybody else, you got your chance right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's got her post. We read it out loud. We figure out where they whining. We do it next here on the break room on CM. It's about that time, baby.
Let's do it, buddy. I'm ready.
Stop talking.
I'm ready.
We're already off the rails. I am predicting worst pick he's ever made right now.
That's so easy to do.
Based on the conversation leading up to this, you're distracted.
What was that? He's coughed up his tonsils.
She's right. Because those things will distract you.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 9. Excuse me. Yeah, no, Tuesday. Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for Where They Whited, and here's how this works.
How do we do?
Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. Now, you guys send her those. We greatly appreciate it. It is up to her to edit out the street names and town references. But even in doing that, there are enough clues, Tommy.
Then what do I do?
Well, you got to listen.
I have to listen.
To see what little things will indicate which town, village, neighborhood in the city of Rochester, and we figure out where they whine.
But don't jump.
No.
Listen to the whole piece.
Yes. Last week, Marty was our champion.
All right.
A pretty amazing champion. Not only last pick, he was first in line. We lost him. We brought him back to finish it up, and he won.
I forgot about that.
He pulled it off. So Marty will be going last. You know, Marty, he's on hold now. He could have just waited to call.
Hey, if you want to sit.
He'll sit here for 20 minutes.
Wow.
He's already been on hold for 7 minutes. All right, Kimmy, are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
Let's do the damn thing.
Found. Personalized money clip with undisclosed amount of cash. It is a significant...
Thank you. Oh, he's doing the money sign.
Clip.
It is a significant amount of money, but I will hold off revealing exact amount until I can locate the owner. If you or someone you know owns a silver money clip with engraved initials, know that I am keeping your stash safe for the time being.
King douche.
This was found outside of blank. I stepped on it after getting my hair cut at blank. I thought about leaving it at blank in case you came back looking for it. Due to the amount of cash, I didn't want to leave it with the employees there.
It's the Tommy's brain of post. Nothing but blanks.
I don't trust that they'd actually try to find the owner. Those kids will spend it immediately, no doubt. If you can tell me the exact amount of cash, along with the correct initials on the money clip, we can make arrangements to meet up. I would also like a police officer present for the transaction so no one tries any funny business.
This is big money.
Well, according to this person, we don't really know.
All right.
Could be $75.
Could be a Giola.
How would you fit $1,000 in a money clip?
It's 10 $100 bills.
Yeah, that's still a lot of bills in a money clip.
It's a lot of bills. It's like almost 10.
Bro, you call yourself an Italian, you don't know how a money clip works? All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This is a tough one.
It is.
But you look like you got it. You're ready to roll.
Well, it sounds very east side. Mm-hmm. A lot of money dropped. Mm-hmm. But the dude was coming from getting his hair cut.
Oh, I forgot. People on the east side don't get their hair cut. They got that experimental surgery where their hair just falls out in style.
But
idiot. You're such an idiot.
This has a west side vibe to it.
Kimmy, did you know there are no barbershops
I guess not.
east of the river?
There ain't no barbershops on the east side.
Bro, you go to a salon.
Right, salon.
Said no.
This guy went and got his hair cut.
No, first of all, you're assuming it's a guy. There was no gender specific. The fact that
This is a guy?
The fact that they want a police officer there indicates that it may not be a man.
This is an older dude.
Okay.
This is an older dude coming out of the barbershop. This is a west side situation. It's also a monogram money clip. Mm-hmm. Y'all love to put your name on your money.
Who's y'all?
West Side.
What do you mean? What money do we have to put our names on?
Anytime you all got some money, everybody's got to know about it. Because you came into a little something, that guy finally paid you. Everybody's got to know. Everybody's got to know.
Shut up. All right, were they whiter than smart guy?
This is old Italian money
that
was dropped in your hometown of Gates coming out of the barbershop.
All right. There's only one barbershop in Gates.
You only need one because nobody's got any hair left.
Again, nobody. Pot, kettle black, houses, stones.
I know. I have a very Gates hairline.
All right.
Yeah. Done. It's done.
There's two ways to look at this. Because, look, I understand the logic behind your West Side Italian thing, but that seems too on the nose here. Lest we not forget, Money clips were also at one time a very proper high-end thing to use.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Especially the monogram stuff. Again, like today you look at monogram stuff as obnoxious, but that was also at one time
a big dick move.
No, proper and high-end.
All right. But you're going way back.
I understand, but this is an older cat. It would have
I
to
agree
be.
with you there.
I feel like this is more
You're going to be a goddamn fool.
a proper story than it is a joke story.
You're a fool.
And the fact that this person is concerned about their safety doesn't tell me West Side.
He don't trust everybody.
This is a woman.
A woman.
I'm telling you, this is a woman that wrote this post. They whining in Brighton.
Look at you.
What? No, I see some old school businessman, country club going. They have the monogram stuff.
You taking the bait,
because they've had it.
baby.
No, I think you took the bait.
No, you took the
I don't
bait.
think you understand where the bait was laid, my friend. The bait was laid because this
Bait
sounds
this.
like God.
What?
No, I'm not going to bait that. Your dong.
I'm not going to do it.
Not
I'm not
gonna
going to touch your penis.
Bait your dong, stupid.
It ain't no brain.
I'm telling you, this is more proper.
That's so obvious. You take the obvious
No,
pill.
the obvious one is any town full of Italian folks. That's where your head went immediately. You got suckered. Sucker. All right. There's one rule and one rule only. You get one pick.
All right.
If you are sitting on hold, waiting for your turn, you hear someone else say the name of the town you were going to pick, you got two options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't be mad.
Okay.
Or pick a new town.
All
If
right.
we pick up the phone and you say, well, I was going to say, but then it went, you have been disqualified. The commissioner has all final say. 252 WCMF. Let's throw this man a curveball. Ben's on CMF. Ben, where are they whining?
Oh, crap. Let's see. I was thinking Webster, but contrary to what you guys believe, I think it was a mom taking her kid to get his first haircut or something like that. And so, yeah, that's why I'm going with Webster.
Ain't no Webster.
Wait,
Everybody's
what?
too chintzy
Not
in Webster. Money never touches the ground in Webster.
What?
Tell that to the people that live up by the
Nobody
lake
drops
in
a wallet in
Webster.
Webster's a cheap town.
Nobody's ever lost a wallet in Webster.
They're too chintz.
Oh, really? Not like
It's-
Gates. Are they chins too?
No.
No, they're not chins?
They throw it around,
Oh,
baby.
do they?
Above
You-
ground pools.
Let me ask you a question,
Mary
smart
on a
guy.
half shell,
Oh.
string lights.
And you know that you've talked about how honest the people in Gates are, right? They're
Yeah.
not criminals or anything.
No, there's a criminal element.
According to you and your logic, if this was Gates, that thing would not find the rightful owner.
Well, they landed on it quick.
Okay, Ben, your pick is terrible, but thank you.
Yeah.
We got you for Webster. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, see you.
All right, there goes Ben. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
So I'm thinking this is a middle-aged person. If they're too old, they're probably not going on the internet for a money situation. They'll probably just take it. We need a decent amount of money, but it doesn't have to be a ton. They didn't give us a dollar amount, so a lot for them could be a couple $100s. But I'm thinking this happened probably right at the Pittsford Plaza, somewhere in that area, because there's two barbershops in the Pittsford Plaza, or at least two haircuts place. You've
Two
got
haircuts place.
an expensive steak and crab restaurant right there. Trader Joe's is right there. Barnes & Noble is right there.
Big money.
A lot of places are going to be spending a decent amount of money.
All right, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Cody. Pittsburgh ain't a cash town, but it's all credit. Kids come out of the womb learning how to build compound interest. There are some
That's
cash
a fair
town.
point, but I'm going to stick with it.
There's cash
Also,
ta-
there's a barbershop, and I kind of just thought that was perfect.
Okay, well, you were wrong.
He is right about the barbershops, though.
Yeah, no, there's barbershops everywhere,
No,
stupid.
but they're like high end. They call them like the locker room or the men's room or something.
No, which is weird because I just heard
See,
from
the
you.
problem is, if you're middle-aged, you might not be carrying card all over the place.
What define middle age?
A little older than you, younger than Tommy.
Nobody my age and nobody in that period uses cash unless you are forced to use cash, in which case you would not be living or hanging out in Pittsford. But Cody, thank you for the
a
call.
lot of people in Pittsburgh using cash.
Okay, you dumb. Cody, thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going Greece.
Why Greece?
Well, first of all, Tommy's very predictable, and I'm starting to feel like him because this game sucks and I'm getting really bad at it.
Yeah.
And I feel exactly like Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, you're a lot like Tommy because you haven't won anything in a long time, and also I agree you suck.
No, I think it's a guy coming to get his toupee.
Boo.
What's wrong with you, man?
Boo. Pete sucks so hard. Pete, why you suck? Pete,
I'll be side with you by the end of this segment. Don't worry about it.
All right, Pete, thanks for the call, buddy. Okay. 252 WCMF. See, we
He
had
hung in there through the booze, so props to Pete.
Yeah, okay, good for him. Well, Tommy and I have both done it. It's not that hard. We started off the show with like a run of 5 bad calls, right? Then at 7 o'clock, fortune's turn.
It did.
Calls got good. And I think Pete just ruined that run.
Now we're going to go dry again.
252 WCMF. Yeah, we're going to go dry again because we're all wet from the bad calls. 252 WCMF. We'll get one more call in here before we get a reread for the folks just joining us. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
Just Moneytown, USA. That's all they carry out there.
What?
Moneytown.
Well, a lot of older cats carrying cash. Yeah.
Irondequoit is Moneytown, USA?
I think it's Cash Town.
Yeah, the cat. They always carry cash. They got it under their mattresses.
Okay.
It's an older Cash Town for sure.
Okay, but that's just the same theory Tommy used for Gates on the other side of town.
Yeah.
Well, different pick.
Right.
Okay. All right. I mean, all right. Okay,
That's
Chris.
a pretty good. That's not a bad
I
pick.
hate it, I guess,
He
Chris.
didn't repeat. He didn't disqualify
You're
himself.
right. We got you for Irondequoit. Thanks for the call. I guess that maybe is the better question. In which town has the most cash?
Old cash.
Business or cash businesses?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's probably older areas of the city.
Well, it could also be places that have higher religious populations that have smaller businesses involved with that. Like, I don't know, Brighton. There are some other places, though, that have old school businesses that that are still on the board that are
all cash.
Yeah. Or prefer cash.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks just joining us?
Sure can. Found. Personalized money clip with undisclosed amount of cash. It is a significant amount of money, but I will hold off on revealing exact amount until I can locate the owner. If you or someone you know owns a silver money clip with engraved initials, know that I am keeping your stash safe for the time being. This was found outside of blank. I stepped on it after getting my hair cut at blank. I thought about leaving it at blank in case you came back looking for it. Due to the amount of cash, I didn't want to leave it with the employees there. I don't trust that they'd actually try to find the owner. Those kids will spend it immediately, no doubt.
Can I pause? They trusted these people enough to cut their hair, but they didn't trust them enough to hold the money without stealing it. Okay, go ahead.
It might have been a different business.
Okay, sorry.
That they found out. If you can tell me the exact amount of cash along with the correct initials on the money clip, we can make arrangements to meet up. I would also like a police officer present for the transaction so no one tries any funny business.
Good finish there, Kimmy. Thank you. 252 WCMF. Tommy is in Gates. I am in Brighton. Ben is in Webster. Cody is out in Pittsford. Pete is in Greece because this guy's going to buy a toupee. Chris is in, quote, Cashtown, USA.
Yes.
Irondequoit. A man who says he despises this game, yet keeps showing up at the front step looking for another saucer of milk. Jeremy, where are they whining, buddy?
Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Okay, so this guy's at the airport. He gets all flustered, and he can't find his right ID because his real ID was supposed to be there. He pulls out the wrong thing. He's like, oh God, I gotta go to the nearest DMV. So he heads to Henrietta. There's 4,000 salons in Henrietta. There's great clips. There's all these places. There's no trends with a Z, but we can't all be perfect. He finds a place that he can get his proper ID, drops his money clip, hurries his ass back to the airport, and takes off for God knows where. Henrietta's my guess.
All right, that is a deep, deep story.
Failure.
Yeah, it's a lot of thought.
I got to make something up. So.
All right. Well, way to go, Jeremy.
Adios, Dicks.
Thanks,
He
Jeremy.
gave us his reasons.
All right.
All right, so I would have thought, now as we're talking like different like cultures that work in cash,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have a ton of experience, but the Indian folks that I know
Yeah.
deal in cash.
Okay.
And there is a large Indian population in Henrietta.
All right. With the rupees.
No. What?
That's
Yeah, I think they would be using American cash. I don't think you could walk into Wegmans and pay with rupees.
Have you tried?
I have not.
All right. There's a rupee line in the Pittsford Wegmans.
Can I ask a stupid question? Is a rupee like a stone or is it like paper?
That's a ruby.
No, I know what
rupee
a rupee
is a unit of money.
Okay,
It's
know.
a dollar.
I understand, but like there are dollars that are made out of coins.
Well, they probably do have that. I think.
Who's stupid now?
It just means a dollar.
I just never seen a rupee. Why would I see a rupee?
You go to those joints.
What? Yeah.
Ask them if they got one to show you.
It's American currency.
No, but I bet you next time you go to you love those Indian joint.
You want me?
You're in there all the time,
I am.
curry boy.
I do love Indian.
So go in there and ask him to show you one.
Okay, you want me, looking the way that I do, to walk in and be like, hello, sirs, can I please see a rupee? And you don't think anyone would be offended by that?
No, you go in, and you go, show me your money. Now.
Yeah? Is that what I do?
Show it to me.
Should I wear like a bandana over my
Yeah,
face?
yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's get a lady in here. Alex is on CMF. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Where they whining?
I'm gonna go with South Wedge this week.
Wait, cash in the South Wedge?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah. See, I don't know. I have a weird feeling that it might be South Wedge because one, Kimmy might be trying to throw us off, and two, like the person is holding on to it and they're being very like they want you to tell them how much. Like, I don't know. I just have a feeling it's South Wedge, and I don't guess it often. So
okay.
Can you get your hair done in the South Wedge?
Yeah, if you go outside during a windstorm.
I can't think of
There's salons in the South Wedge.
Oh, there's salons everywhere.
Yeah.
All right.
There's plenty of small businesses in the South Wedge.
Alex, listen, your intuition is off today, so do not talk to any men before you go to bed tonight, okay?
Roger that.
All right, gotcha. Alex, thanks for the call. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Armand. Armand, where are they whining, bud?
Penfield.
Penfield. Why Penfield?
Got this on the board. That's all I got for you today.
Man,
it's
what
humble Armand.
Okay, well,
You sound so defeated,
yeah,
Armand.
what's going on? Buddy? Everything okay? You want to talk?
Nah, I just, it's Penfield. I'm lack of sleep. I just got back, and I'm at work.
I didn't know you were out.
Nah, it's Penfield, man. That's it. That's all I got.
Is Armand sleepy? You got a little sleepy, Armand? I come in here all the time, running my mouth, and I'm sleepy. I come in, oh my gosh, Armand! And I've been out all night, and I can't do the pitch for it. Dude, well, they want screwed up again, but you still a pitch.
Hey, I'd rather be that.
All right, Armand, thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. Let's rip through some here.
Okay.
Let's talk to Patrick. Patrick, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with Gates.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Gates?
Ah, you've been disqualified, Patrick!
All right. I didn't even hear that one come in.
It was the first one, Patrick. Where you been the whole time?
Smart
In his
move,
defense,
but
a lot of people
unfortunately.
ignore Tommy's picks.
Yeah, but you ignored it to pick the worst one. Patrick, you suck. You brought shame on your family. Thanks for the call. Try again next week.
Thanks.
There goes Patrick. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
We go with Park Ave.
Why Park Ave?
Well, there's probably at least a dozen hair places between Alexander
Look
and
what you
Culver.
did. Look what you did with
a
this.
rich person.
Okay.
I can kind of see a rich person who does live in that area was out for his, walking his little foo-foo dog, and that fell out somehow. When he reached in to get the baggie to clean up the dog do.
Okay, no, any clip.
Andrew just got back from the airport, apparently.
Yeah.
And then he went to the
Or it could have been the
DMV.
bus driver, from the tour bus. Who knows?
Okay, oh, you're right about there. All right, Barbara, thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Guy. Hey, Guy, where are they whining?
I'm thinking Brockport.
Why Brockport?
Well, there's a lot of places in Brockport that still take just cash and cash only downtown, and I know a couple barbershops down there. So yeah, I'm thinking Brockport.
Yeah, I think Heads is only cash.
Heads? Oh, wait, the place your mom works?
What's that?
No, I was talking to Tommy. It's right next to that other place called also where your mom works, Tommy.
It's in a plaza, right?
Yeah, it's in.
What's the name of the plaza?
Plaza. That's me. That's me with your mom. Hey, Guy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Guy is so confused.
What's that street, though? It's not a crazy street.
Okay, wait. So the store she works at is called Heads, which is next to the one she owns, which is called, which is in the plaza. Called.
Yeah. What's the name of the street? I
The
forgot
street?
name
Oh,
of
you
the
talking about Skanks Way? USA?
Well, we already know it's in the
We're out of the whole. I'm out of bad punchlines. 252 WCMF. Let's talk.
Not so easy, is it?
Caleb, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going with Charlotte.
Why? What?
Yeah, that's an old school town.
Okay, but I don't know. Are people carrying cash in Charlotte walking around?
Quickly.
I don't know. I don't necessarily look at people's pockets.
Think of the guys we know from Charlotte.
Yeah,
they're strictly cash.
No, I agree, but those will also be the guys like, carry cash around here, even though I live here and I do barbecues all the time. Caleb, we got you. What? Say what?
I was just gonna say you're crapping all over. I'm feeling good. So
good. All right, good talk about it. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, we'll see you later, man.
All right, there you go. You can't do the voice I'm making fun of you with back to me.
I mean, I guess technically you can.
I mean, yes.
Nobody's going to stop you.
All right. 252 WCMF. We wrap it up with last week's winner and a very impressive win.
From the Ben Zone.
He did win it from the Ben Zone. He is back in the Ben Zone this morning.
All right.
Marty's got the last word. Marty, where they whining, bud?
I'm thinking Victor.
Why Victor?
Well, a lot of people had a lot of great picks, but Victor is one that stands out to me, and it's one that's still on the board.
Sounds like an acceptance speech.
I know. All the
A
other
lot of great
nominees,
picks out there today, and everybody really tried hard. And I wish y'all could have won.
Guys, we had a lot of fun back there, but I think it's time we acknowledge. All right, Marty, we got you for Victor. Good luck on your repeat, buddy.
Right.
Thanks for the call.
Well, thank you.
All right, there goes Marty. All right.
Right.
We got a lot of towns this week.
Oh, yeah.
We did not bunch. Props to everybody.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, everybody has an idea of where a money clip lives in the greater Rochester area. Tommy is in Gates. I am in Brighton. Ben is in Webster. Cody is in Pittsford. Pete says a man in Greece was trying to buy a toupee. Chris is in Moneytown, USA. Irondequoit. Jeremy says someone was waiting in line at the DMV in Henrietta. Alex is in the South Wedge because she just wanted to waste everybody's time. Armand, Penfield. Penfield, I'm tired. Don't talk to me. Patrick disqualified himself by saying Gates, shamed everybody. Barber is on Park Ave. Guy is in Brockport because all the cash-only businesses that he claims exist. Caleb went with Charlotte. Marty, last week's champion, is in Victor. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Oh.
You guys ready?
Uh-oh.
Trying to read her face. I can't get this one.
Sit down.
No, I'm not. I'm on.
Sit down.
You can't hold me down.
Your bass-ass pick ain't.
Base-ass pick.
Total
Base-ass
base-ass pick.
human.
A lot of great logic this week. I think a lot of people were kind of on the money. By the way, it was a guy that wrote this, just for the record.
I'm just off all over the place.
We do have a slight problem because I'm not sure if this person has won before. So, because they whining in Moneytown, USA.
No kidding!
Irondequoit.
Look at that! Moneytown, USA.
So there is a Chris on the board. I think it's the same Chris.
All right.
But I'm not 100% sure.
All right, here's what we need. Congratulations, Chris.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We need you to call us back. Are you the Chris that has won in the past, or are you a Chris 2 Electric Boogaloo? Chris, congratulations. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a money town. There's a lot of cash business out that way.
Yeah. But Irondequoit's a weird town because it's a town of two different
Well,
towns.
it's changing.
It's
in transition.
No, I'm saying like East Irondequoit, I see like cash only.
Yeah.
West Irondequoit, I think of like, compound interest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's big money.
That's what I'm saying. So, all right, congratulations, Chris. Give us a call back. Let us know if you are a new Chris or the Chris of old. Traditional Chris's, we'll call. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Fun fact.
What's that?
Today, across New York State, folks will go to the polls, at least a handful of
For
them.
what?
School board and budget elections.
Oh, those are fun.
I love how you're like, you have to participate in democracy. Today we'll go to the polls. For what? For what?
Budget.
And the school board. These are very important things. These school board members have a lot of power.
Oh, yes, they do.
They say timing is everything,
Mm-hmm.
which is why what happened with this woman, according to police.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Probably not the best thing to happen the day before you're running for school board. And we'll tell you the story next year in the break room. On CMF. They say timing's everything.
Oh, yeah.
And in that case, this woman is in not great shape.
What happened?
Well, it's a very important day across New York State, one that you, and in your defense, most people didn't know. But it may be a big day for her, or at least was going to be a big day for her. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Today, across the state of New York, folks will go to the polls to vote on school budgets and school board members.
Good.
Okay, like you're making a joke like it doesn't matter. These school board elections matter.
Huge.
No, they really do. I don't think people understand the power that some of these school boards have in their towns and how it affects what their kids learn in the public schools.
So you got to know a little something about these people.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
There was one woman who folks in her area found a whole bunch out about her, at least allegedly.
Okay.
So keep in mind, today is the election. Yesterday, a story broke that a 36-year-old woman running for a school board seat south of us was arrested. And it's what she was arrested for.
Okay, what happened?
Now, the woman has been arrested for second-degree harassment and endangering the welfare of a child. The day before you're running for your school district school board.
Not great timing on her part.
Okay, so here's what makes it worse.
What?
There is nothing in the story that gives indications of the details of the allegations.
Oh, so your mind could run wild.
You're left to whatever your imagination wants it to be. And keep in mind, these are just allegations. Allegedly does not mean anybody has actually committed a crime.
Right.
But none of that really matters because I can't imagine too many people are going to see this story and be like, you know who I'm voting for? The woman that was arrested for allegedly endangering the welfare of a child yesterday.
But she got for harassment?
And endangering the welfare of a child.
Okay.
So that could be something as simple as threatening somebody in front of a child.
Okay.
And again, we're just speculating
Right.
if the allegations
I mean, it
are
could
true.
be, yeah.
And I say as simple as like it's not a bad thing. It is a bad thing if that's what it is. Look, the point I'm getting at is this.
Yeah.
You did not know school board elections were happening.
No.
In most towns, I mean, there are towns in this area where there are couple hundred people that vote.
Yeah.
These elections are decided by 2 or 3 votes.
Yeah.
And to be arrested the day before, there's nothing in the story that indicates she has ever gotten in trouble before.
Yeah.
So for like...
But so you would never know. So
Up until... Now, well, let's put it this way.
Right, but you may not even catch it.
Well,
right? I mean, most people don't follow the news that closely, these small elections.
Okay.
Right?
This happened in Horseheads, which is about 2 hours south of us.
That's a small little place. Right?
We have the story.
Yeah. No, I know, but how many people scour the news?
It showed up for us like, oh, here's a story you should check out. So I'm imagining if you live in a place as small as Horseheads, New York.
Biggest news of the town.
Yeah, you're aware of
All
this.
right.
Like, it's also very possible, think about this, that folks were completely unaware who this woman was and that she was running for school board until the story broke that she was arrested for endangering the welfare of a child the day before the school board election.
Yeah.
It also says that she's a candidate, not a school board member, which means this
So she's running for the first time?
This could be that she is running for her first ever political office. And
So you can't even point to anything, be like, well, look at all the good I did.
Yeah. And you want to talk about timing. The word of your arrest coming out the day before the election, not great. If it's the first time you're ever running for public office and the first time you were ever arrested is the day before the election for your first ever public office, like what?
Yeah.
What did you karmically do, even if the allegations are true, to deserve this?
Yeah, because either way, you're toast. You're out.
I would hope so. I mean, again, that's not fair to her because, again, they're just allegations. But
no, but people just hear that and then walk away.
Yeah, I would hope that there are people that are going to be like, you know what I want?
Yeah.
A woman that allegedly endangered the welfare of a child.
She'll rough up a kid.
That's right. She'll keep the kid straight. Back when I was a kid, they used to be able to hit you.
She doesn't back down.
Like today across New York State, definitely across the greater Rochester area, there are people who could be kicking off lifelong political careers with an election to school board. There are a lot of big-time politicians that got their start on school boards, right? I mean, it makes you look at it in a kind of different way.
Yeah.
Like somebody, you could be unknowingly giving someone a stepping stone to county legislature, state senate, mayor, governor, whatever.
Governor?
Well, yeah.
Is it weird to get? Do you have to have a kid in?
No.
It's just weird to me that you'd want that role if you didn't. But to your point, you could use it as a stepping stone for those other things. But I can't imagine like being that heavily involved without like the experience of having a kid in the system.
So we did see a rise in homeschool parents running for school board, which
Yeah.
I'm with you there. That's a little confusing to me.
Yeah.
I wonder who's the highest ranking official, a politician that ever started out school board, got all the way to the top besides FDR.
Kimmy, FDR did not get started with the school board.
FDR definitely did in Long Island. He did.
Shut up.
I'm telling you.
Bro, you can't even keep a straight face. You can't even keep a straight. What did it sound like when he was running for school board?
I like to harass kids, but my legs don't
His
work.
legs worked at that point if it started in
No, but
politics.
there started a little pain down there. I don't know if there might be plantar fasciitis. I don't know. I don't think it'll lead to much. I'm sure I'll be fine.
I don't think plantar fasciitis was a thing back then.
Probably isn't. Probably a new invention. We're quite rich.
They invented plantar
Yes,
fasciitis.
yes,
Why would
probably
you
right.
invent something that gives people pain?
Well, it's just we were just looking to make money back then,
How would you make money on plantar fasciitis?
Well, you cure the plantar fasciitis with the good feet
The
store.
plantar fasciitis, you've lost it. It's gone. You've
Oh,
gone
they're in
off.
Oyster Bay.
Shut up.
Was Jimmy Carter a school board member?
That would make sense.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah, because he's like the biggest
scroll a
lame-o
bit.
there was.
Biggest lame-o. No, I mean, he was very
No.
into local politics.
No, but he was a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
Like a little peanut farmer.
No, but he was
in the Navy.
He was also a nuclear engineer.
In the Navy.
Right, but I thought he did that when he got out.
You could be a nuclear
Oh,
engineer
yeah.
and a school board member. I mean, he was running for other political offices
Okay.
while most likely being a nuclear engineer.
All right.
So how about that? I mean, it's not out of the question.
You could be Jimmy Carter one day and nobody likes him.
Well, okay, hold on. Nobody liked him.
Yeah.
Now everybody likes
Yeah,
him.
because then he did kind of swing back around.
Well, he's just a good person.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a guy's got an eye patch on. He's 1,000 years old. He's building houses for people less fortunate.
Looks like he was.
Look at that.
Wow.
So there was a
Ironically, you know who else was? The Ayatollah. Nobody realizes that. And look at those guys hooked up together.
I didn't know the Ayatollah was an elected position.
Yeah, well, back then, way back during the Shah.
Nobody gets
During the
this.
Shah.
Nobody is getting this joke. As good as it is, it's nobody.
Here's the worst part. He was in Plains, Georgia.
I thought you were going to say planes, trains, and automobiles with John Candy, Steve Martin, and the Ayatollah Khomeini. Who are we doing this show for right now? Just us. That's all we're doing it for. So it's not out of the question. Why are you making a face?
No, I was just reading.
I mean, that is the American dream.
Oh, yeah.
You start your political career for your local school board, and
Yeah.
you end up becoming president of the freaking United States of America.
Of a little town.
So, I mean, look, it's not out of the question that today somebody who wins their first ever school board election is someone that we're voting for president of the United States 20, 30, 40 years from
Right.
now. So there you go.
And he could be the world's worst president.
There were worse presidents than Carter.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
No, he just gets a bad rap as being like the lowest guy.
There were multiple presidents who also almost lost control of the country of
Yeah,
America.
that's true.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare? Yeah, things work great.
I like Jimmy. He's a good guy.
I can tell how much you like Jimmy.
I love the gas lines. 17% interest rates.
Now you sound like everybody's dad. And the taxes, don't even
But
started.
A lot of cocaine was floating around back then during Carter.
We come back. That's what he ran for, the school board. Remember his famous campaign speech?
Well, I don't know how to do Carter.
It's just a soft Southern accent, you dick.
All right. I'm trying to think.
How to do a soft Southern accent.
Okay.
Everybody's waiting.
I got nothing.
I am not going to commercial until you do an
We're
impression
here all day.
of Jimmy Carter campaigning for the school
There ain't a
board.
bag of cocaine that I have ever snorted.
That's off.
And his mother ain't been dealing.
We come back, we wrap it up. We help Tommy work on his Jimmy Carter pitching cocaine school board speech next here at the Break Room on CMF. Hey, it's going to be Rubber Room.
Audio Tuesday, Rubber.
For a Tuesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate, Pat. Too much hate.
Well, we got a little more for you. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. So we had a discussion about loyalty in relationships about 2 weeks ago. And it came off a story of a woman who was arrested after police say she allegedly sent narcotics-soaked letters into the state prison system, right? And we talked about, is that something you would want in a partner if she had that in her past? Shows that she's loyal, or is that a red flag? And almost every call we took from every guy and every response we got in the break was like, yeah, that's great. I want a woman to be that loyal to me, that she's ride or die. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
We got a letter in regards to that. Someone who also agrees that's what you should have in a partner.
So why are they pissed off?
Well, they're not. It's written by a woman.
Oh.
And a man having this take for some reason is a lot different than a woman having this take. Because when you hear this woman describe why this is a good thing, it may change your opinion on whether or not this is a good thing.
All right.
Because let's keep in mind here, if you would want that loyalty from your partner, your partner would expect that same loyalty in return.
Oh, same. All right.
We'll get to that and a whole bunch more. Hey, Mail of the Week tomorrow, 8 a.m. here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's just throwing everybody off the scent. East Side, West Side City, nobody knows except the people that win.
Yeah.
They know. By the way, it was the same Chris. So now we have
Same
Chris.
Yep.
Two-star
B.
Chris.
Two-star Chris.
For Tommy Muley, who says he figured out his Jimmy Carter impression.
Oh, yeah, I'm saving it.
No, you literally just said, now I can hear in his head what he said.
I think Rosen and I are going to save it for the next time.
What is he, from New Orleans? How are you so bad at this?
That was better than the first try.
I disagree. At least the other guy sounded Southern.
No, this is a Southern voice.
You sound, no, you know what he sounds? He sounds like New Orleans FDR.
I said we get the hostages home by Thursday.
That's better. You're getting there.
We're going to get them home by Thursday.
Right.
I didn't say what Thursday.
We're
Possibly Reagan's Thursday.
My name's Pat Duffy. You need an AP history book to follow along with the jokes of the show today. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.